other people around you as much, but you will attract a person like that will attract people. There was a great joke. The late comedian Mort Saul used to talk about his first marriage. He said that we stayed together for years because of the children, and he said we were the children. That was the joke. But see, you're not that. That's not you. You're not needy in that regard. You will have relationships with people, but it's not that you're so desperate because you're not comfortable unless somebody else is there, and that's balance. The next card is the Justice card, which tells me that you're going to get exactly what it is you deserve and want because you're working at it. And it's just the Two of Rods is here, and that's about waiting to get results. So there'll be a little more time before you get exactly what you're looking for, but you're on the right path from these cards. The central card is, again, the Sun, which is healing and health and growth and happiness. And that is also tied to the Nine of Coins, which is about being able to be solitary without freaking out. So you'll get what you want because that Ace of Cups is there. It's going to take a little bit longer because you're changing and growing. But you're not far. You're not far from what you want. Okay? That's the good thing. So if you feel like something is coming down the road, yes. Okay? Because you're near it.
Okay.
Do you understand what I mean? I mean, I don't mean that you don't understand, but I mean because am I being clear about it? Because I'm a little bit. What's the word I'm looking for? I'm a little gun shy about that card because a lot of people interpret that as bad news, but it's not that you're destined to be alone. That kind of thing. It's
which one? The Nine of Coins or the Ace of Cups?
The Nine.
Okay.
Yeah, because all that means is that you can be comfortable in your own skin. Okay. It's just that I'm also getting cards that say that what you're looking for is going to take a little more time. Here's the Four of Swords. Now here's a good one, the Three of Cups. That generally means when that shows up in a reading like this, it means that through people you're going to meet somebody.
Through people I know?
Yeah, through the people you know. Friends might try to set you up, which just seems to be like that's what friends just do, right? So, but we'll see because it's looking good. The Ten of Cups again. Here's the health. That was the Sun, the health and growth and happiness. But here's the Ten of Cups is perfected happiness and romance. So you are definitely on the right path. The key here is, though, that Sword card. You're changing, you're growing, your mind is changing. You're looking at the world very differently from, say, a few months ago, and you're changing. And one of the things that changes when we change is the people around us change. We find new people find us. So keep that in mind, okay? You're in a period of growth and change right now. Here you go. There's the Four of Rods. That's about a happy home and joy. All the good signs are there, just a little bit down the road. Not a long way down the road, but just a little bit. Okay?
Okay. Do you see anything in regards to finances?
Yes. I was about to ask you one question. Have you been looking for new work or new kind of work?
I would like to. I haven't really been looking because I'm happy where I am and I feel like I'm compensated fairly. However, my drive it's ridiculous and it's very taxing on me. I am looking at. I have started the process to purchase a home. And I'm very, very nervous.
Sure. Well, it's a big move. What I got here is the Ace of Rods, which is something new in terms of work, something coming up in terms of career. So that's why I asked you about that. The Eight of Cups is about a person who's walking away from something that isn't working in life and going to something better, and which you're doing, and the World. Now, that's a good card, the card of assured success, the World. Now, here's another one, the Six of Swords. That's also about getting from where you are to where you want to be through your own efforts. So between the Six of Swords and the Eight of Cups, it's telling me that you know where you're going and you're going to go there and you're going to get there. And that's pretty good. And the world shows me that you will succeed. So yeah, it's nervous time when we make big moves like this. But this looks like it's going to be a good one for you. There's just keep an eye out for new job opportunities. That's the Ace of Rods, okay?
Nice.
Let me know how it goes. I can be reached. This goes for everybody listening too, by the way. If you want to and do any follow-up, just let me know. I'm at asktarot@earthlink.net. Or I can be reached through the Ask One Radio Network, or I can be reached through magic-works.com, magic-works. There's all millions of ways to reach me. But it looks to me like you're in for a very good time. Okay?
Nice. Do you see maybe home ownership? Do you see that coming up at all?
Well, that was the happy home I saw, that card, the Four of Rods, which is about a happy home. So okay. I'm going to infer the question was answered before you asked it even. That's what that was there for. Okay?
Okay.
It's looking good.
Thank you.
My pleasure. Bye-bye now. And let's shuffle them up again. Remember, you're listening to Reverend Elliott's Magical Window, which is the tarot. I call it the magical window because it lets us pry into the future, into the past even. You know, I have done not many of these, but I've done readings where I look in somebody's past, way past. I mean, way into the past, before they were born this time. Now, I'm not too keen on reincarnation, but I have a strong feeling that it does happen because of certain things that have happened in my life. I believe if I have to come back, I'd like to come back a number of years ago. Maybe I'll buy some Apple stock, right? Who knows? I mean, that's one of the paradoxes is that we've very likely been through all this before with each other, and we just don't know it. It's like going to school and upon graduation getting hit on the head and having amnesia. I suppose it would be nice to learn more about it, but there are meditations you can do, Akashic record meditations. You drop me a line, I can show you how to do some of that. I'm at asktarot@earthlink.net, ASKTAROT@earthlink.net, and I'll be happy to point you in the right direction. I got 106 pages at my website. Maybe I should add one about that. I don't know. Sherry in New Haven, Connecticut is next. Hi, Sherry. You're on with Reverend Elliott.
Oh, hi, Reverend Elliott. I'm going to summarize things up really quickly for you, but, you know, there'll be enough information in the question.
No hurry.
I took a break from dating for 8 years. I did a lot of work on myself, you know, I've been trusting in the Lord all my life as a little girl. I mean, he's come to me in dreams, you know, so I've always believed in God. But I had a rough time in the past with a few relationships, and I decided to take an 8-year break. Now, just recently, there's been a man that has been coming into my store where I work, and it's funny because another psychic told me that there was somebody who watches me when I don't know it, and he kind of made himself available to me April of last year to let me know that he was interested. So we've been just talking for almost a year. Just talking. We've been walking the beach and stuff and things like that. And what's happened is I've let him into my home, you know, just to watch TV. I've, you know, cooked for him. We've talked. So I was comfortable enough around him 2 Mondays ago to leave him alone in my living room because I wanted to take a quick shower and I didn't know that he was in my parking lot. So, he was out watching TV, but when I came out and we spent a little time together, he left. And after he left, I started cleaning up and I wanted to put my diamond ring back on, which I had on my dresser, and the ring was gone. I'm sorry?
Nothing. Ouch, actually, that hurts.
Yeah, and you know what's really ouch about it is that I had a big emotional connection to it. It took me 3 years to get it. I prayed on it. I had to wait. It was an $8,000 retail ring. It was beautiful, and it was a big square that had all diamonds in it. And I wanted that ring so bad. I prayed on that for like 3 years. And finally, it came down to $2,000, and they allowed me to use 3 coupons. So I was out the door at $1,200 with it. So I'm very, very attached to that ring. Some people think I might be too materialistic, but I went through hell to get that ring. Excuse my English. I went through heck to get it, because they took it back from me, saying that there was a coupon I wasn't supposed to have, and I cried myself to sleep that night. And then a couple of months later, the coupon came up. They said, go get it with the 3, and I did. So that ring is always on me. It's very seldom that I take it off, and I happened to take it off that day because I was doing a lot of cleaning and stuff. He's swearing that he didn't take the ring on the way out. I did call the police, and I had a police report made, and they called him, and he said he didn't touch it. So I don't know what to do. It's like I don't want to bother with him anymore because I can't have somebody around me that I can't trust. I've torn my place upside down looking for this ring, and it's nowhere to be found. I mean, I looked in every nook and cranny, every place that I wouldn't put it, I looked. Every place I would put it, I looked, and it's not here. And he was the only person in my place, because I don't let anybody over here. He was the first male that ever come into my house in 8 years. So, I'm just torn up. I'm hurt because of the ring, and I'm also hurt because now the build-up of whatever we put into each other over the past almost year is gone also. So he walked out with my ring, my Christmas gift that I had saved for him, and my love, Mm-hmm. So I'm kind of like all over the place. My heart is shattered, and I just want to know if you think that I'm on the right track with my thoughts as to him taking it.
Well, let me put it this way. The card I got while you were telling me this is the Justice card, which tells me that I'm looking at this situation that justice will be done. So that's good to know. We'll see how that works out. Obviously, sorry, my throat is. The air is so dry here; it's getting to me. The temperance card. The temperance card is next, which is a card about balance being restored. Right now, your balance is not. You've been thrown out of balance. Now, this is the card that's after is the 7 of Swords. That's about somebody who is sneaking around and doing something bad. And you see, so the signs are not good here in terms of this person. Let's put it that way. But justice will prevail according to these cards. Your future in terms of personal happiness and romance is good. Okay, because I've got the 10 of Cups here and I've got the 4 of Rods. So that's telling me that you're going to get things restored. The whole thing is going to be restored in your life. The World card is here. That's the assured success. The problem with life is that in order to fully enjoy it, we have to open ourselves up to other people. And that makes us vulnerable at times. And you just got hit with one of those times, I mean, you're pretty sure about this from what you're saying, that that it's not the kind of thing that.
Yes.
I mean, you're really sure. Let me put it that way. You're very sure about this.
I'll put it this way. I'm 100% sure. And the reason why I say that is because I watched that ring like if it was my real child. I don't have the money to buy something that expensive. So if it's out of my sight, I didn't say anything right away. I waited till I tore my place apart. And I knew that it wasn't here. And then I said something, and he wanted to swear on a Bible. I said, no, I don't want you to do that. Because there's people going to their death that swear on a Bible that they didn't kill the person, and they go to the chair with the lie. So that's not going to help me. What's going to help me is you returning the ring.
You don't what's the word I'm looking for? You're not light. You don't just toss this thing on the floor somewhere. You know, you don't just walk in the house and toss the ring aside. You have a set routine for everything you do, and I'm sure when you take it off, you have it in the same place each time. So you know. The fact that you looked for it.
And if it's in a different place, excuse me. Yep, if it's in a different place, it doesn't take me 2 weeks to find it. It's going on 2 weeks that I've been looking for it, and I keep repeating the same patterns of looking, and it's driving me crazy. And my sister thinks I'm ridiculous. Sherry, why are you so attached to that ring? But she doesn't understand that somebody violated my privacy, my space. And that was mine. That wasn't his to take.
That was exactly the word that came to my mind, was violation. That you've been violated. This is not, it's, you know, it's, as people say, it's really not about the item. Well, it really isn't about the item. It's about the person. It's about the feelings. It's about all of that. But I see that you're going to come through this, and you'll be okay. The justice card is what's important here. So, you know, let's hope that this will be revealed to you, because right now, what you're in the period where balance has been thrown out of your life by Seven of Swords, by a person who did something wrong and hurt you. But all the cards after this down the road are really good. It's just getting there that's a problem. And problem is an overused word. Let's just say it's difficult, you know, because you can't ignore it. You know, it's not one of those things, after all that you invested emotionally and personally, which goes way beyond the $1,200. And the ring was a symbol.
Oh, yeah, because it was him, too. I was invested in him. But, you know, of course, I'd want my ring over him. I mean, because if this is the type of person he is, my worth is more, I'm worth more than that. You know, I'm used to men buying me jewelry, not stealing it, you know?
I think
what
I
want to ask you. Okay. What I wanted to ask you is the Justice card. Do you think that there's a possibility, or do you think that it's just wishful thinking that because I think he was very attached to me, because when he was leaving, when I accused him and stuff, he said, look, I didn't want things to end this way. I didn't, you know. I said, well, I didn't either, but that was in your hands. Do you think that he could possibly come forth and admit that he took it, or at least tell me where he pawned it?
Well, I'm not getting any positive cards in that direction, although the Hierophant is here, which is a card of religious authority, which means he might just have a conscience working on him at this point. I mean, I don't see you ever being comfortable with the person again anyway.
Mm-hmm.
But because I got, again, that card, the Five of Swords, which I'm sure represents him in this whole thing. With time, anything, of course, is possible. I'm sure that, you know, the police are checking pawn shops, things like that. So there's reason to hope, but I'm seeing more of a religious aspect to him. And so maybe there will be some kind of I hate to use the word conversion, but yeah, you know, he might start.
Well, that would be good for him, because maybe he'll be good around other people. But like you said, I couldn't trust him again in my life, you know.
Yeah, here's the Justice card again.
Unless
I've got the Five of Swords, which is a person who's, you know, sneaky. That's similar to the Seven of Swords. You know, this is a person doing bad things behind your back. Fives are very severe in tarot. Followed by the Hierophant, which is the High Priest, followed by Justice. So there's a pretty good chance that that his own mind and his own conscience is working on him.
Mm-hmm.
But we'll see what happens.
Yeah,
you know?
it's, you know, I'm the wrong person to do that to, because I'm a very giving person. I give to people that, you know, not that I have a lot, but I give whatever I have. And, you know, if somebody's asking for food outside, I'll go buy them something. And look, I'm very gracious that way. I mean, I was like, you don't hurt people like me. You know what I mean? You just don't do it.
I know
God protects us too.
The people like that are like you're describing. they can close the door on you. You know, you could, if you mistreat them, the door gets closed and it stays closed. And are you like that? Because
like I'm the type that I'm as loving and as sweet as cake all day, but once I feel a betrayal, that's a done deal. That would be done. I mean, I would love it if he, told me where it was or gave it back to me, but I don't know if I'd ever be able to trust him again. He'd have to prove himself to me,
Well, why don't you do this? Check back with me in a couple of months, and let's see what happens if anything shows up in the cards then, okay?
Sure. So are we basically done, or do you have any time for just a quick something very quick?
I really need to get to one more call before I go off with it.
No problem then. So the Justice card is what's standing out the most.
And the Hierophant, yes. Yeah. Oh, yeah. So that's good.
Okay. So I will get back to you, and Thanks. I'll find you on the web.
Great. Thanks for calling, and hang in there, because the cards show that you will get that balance back into your life. It feels really bad without it, but you'll get it. You'll get it back. And let's just shuffle up the cards, and we'll go to Arshea in Chicago.
Yes,
hi, you're on with
Reverend
right.
Elliot. Hello, how are you?
Hi, I'm doing well. How are you tonight? I didn't mangle your name, did I?
No, it's a bit of a tongue twister, but you got it right.
Good. What can I look at for you? I've got a few minutes left.
Okay. So I'm just going through a rough time overall, and there's a lot of anxiety and uncertainty around an upcoming relocation.
Mm-hmm.
So do you see anything in that direction? I am currently in Chicago, and I'm hoping to relocate to Boone. Is that happening?
First of all, I've got a card that means exactly that, literally and sometimes metaphorically, but it's about moving. It's the Six of Swords. I had that earlier for someone too. It's about getting from where you are to where you want to be. It's a mental thing about growth and becoming, but it also literally means making a move. But the important thing is it's moving from rough waters to calm waters. So the move will be good for you. The Empress is here. That tells me that you're the kind of person who makes things grow and makes things happen. So you'll be good there. I see, the interesting thing is, I see money in your future here. And money and happiness, I see. Now, I know they say money doesn't buy happiness, but, it can rent a good share of happiness, can't it? I've got 3 cards here all about money, and then the 10 of Cups, which is happiness. So are you relocating for better work, better job?
Yeah, actually, the thing is, I hope Six of Swords doesn't mean going all the way back to India. That's where I'm from. No. I hope it doesn't mean.
No, it means from where it means you're going to go to where you want to be.
Okay, because Six of Swords is usually over water, right?
Well, it's metaphorically on water, just to show that it's like going from a rough sea to a calm sea. That's what's more important. I don't take that so literally in that sense, because it shows someone in a boat. But in some decks,
how do we get clarity that are we going to Boone and not back to India? How do we get clarity on that?
How do you guarantee that you won't go back to India?
No, clarity. How do I get clarity that the move will be to Boone and not back to India?
Because this is about the Six of Swords is about your mind. It's about you. That's why some decks call that science. It's where you want to go. It's not going to be kicking you anywhere. If you want to go somewhere, that's where you're going to go. That's a card about somebody getting where she wants to go. So if you want to go to India, you'll go to India. If you don't, you won't.
Right.
You want to go to this other.
Okay, so it's taking me where I want to go.
Yes, and it's not about being subject to the. It's not like it's a sailboat, depending on the wind, because very deliberately that boat is being propelled by a person with a stick, and it's being pushed to where she wants it to go. Sometimes there's nothing wrong with throwing your oars overboard and seeing where life takes you, but you've got to be prepared to go wherever it happens. But you don't want to do that, and I don't blame you. Let me tell you this.
And how does
another
how does the
card
rest of the year? Yeah, tell me.
There's another card here, which is the Ten of Swords, which it means that the worst is over. That you've been through some rough times. The worst is over. It's one of those cards that people think means death. It doesn't. It means that the life threw its worst at you, and you're still here. You're gonna get up, and you're gonna be fine. So I think that you're making
going through the worst time of my life right now.
Well, hallelujah. That's because that means it's going to end, because not the life, the bad times. The Ten of Swords means that life threw its worst at you, and you're still here, and you can shake your fist at life because you say you're going to win, according to this. Because this is all these cards afterwards are very happy. You made up your mind to move for a specific reason, and it looks like you're going to get that specific reason, that you know what you're doing and it's going to work. I've got to run. I've only got about 30 seconds left, but I've got a very positive outcome here for you, okay?
Look, how does the rest of this year look?
The rest what?
How does the rest of this year look?
Oh, very good. The Ten of Cups is like perfected happiness. I've got to run. I'm running out of time. So the rest of this year looks great for you. And that's it, folks. We've come to the end of another edition of Reverend Elliot's Magical Window, which we're going to cut really close this time. So I won't give you any pithy, witty saying at the end, only that I sure look forward to seeing you next week. And I'll see you then. Bye-bye now.
Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome. Time for the mini medium with Stephanie Cowan. Live from tarotwithsteph.net. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is the Mini Media on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
All right. Hi, guys. Welcome. Happy Wednesday. Happy Hump Day. I am your mini medium on the A1R Psychic Radio and the always beautiful, wonderful, amazing, magical Moonstruck TV. So happy to be here tonight and feeling this amazing energy we've got going on with this new moon. So if some of you aren't aware, maybe some of you are, the new moon that we're in right now is the super new moon. So just like when we have our super full moons, right? This new moon is closer in a sense to the Earth, but yet it obviously won't be seen because we're in that new moon phase. So keep in mind that during this time, really starting now and for the next few days, that is going to be just a perfect time to take advantage of the energy that's going to help you to manifest and to bring things to light. So I know that I'm planning on really doing some manifesting and writing some of my own affirmations for the next few months or whatnot, and just excited to see how this new moon energy goes. I'm really interested because not only we're in the new moon, but we're in the new moon of Aquarius, and Aquarius is an air sign, which I am also an air sign, being a Gemini, and air signs are just they are can be a little bit kind of scatterbrained at times. But Aquarius love to help people and love to please people. So it's going to be an interesting, I would say, few months or few days, excuse me. So, but regardless, put out all of that good energy and see what happens. But make sure that you are doing new moon work, which a lot of what I do is I will put water outside, and it's filtered water. I put the filtered water into a glass jug. Do not put it in a plastic. Make sure it's glass. And I usually get those, what are they? Those big old jars that you can make tea in or put your lemonade. And so I've got 2 of those, and I'll put my water outside and all my stones and my crystals and sometimes my cards I'll put out there and just allow them to all soak up all that amazing energy that comes from our beautiful moon. So, and you can do it with the sun as well, but I'm kind of a moon girl. So, but anyhow, so putting all that out tonight, tomorrow, maybe the next day, then also make sure that you're writing down what it is that you want to manifest. Of course, you can go into as detailed as you want. You can be as basic as you want. All that matters is your intention and what you put out in the universe. So be mindful of that. Also, I don't know if you listened to my last podcast, and I'll remind everybody again, this year we are in the year of that beautiful and can be kind of chaotic karmic energy, because we're in the year of the 8, and the 8 is the infinity symbol. So we're going to be putting out that energy, and it's going to come right back to us. But this year specifically, we're going to see it come back tenfold, so twice as much, my friends. So make sure that you're doing everything you can to be optimistic and positive and, of course, realistic, right? I mean, life is meant to have its up and downs, but it's all about how we respond and how we react to these situations. So keep that in mind as you're going through 2024. Okay, so before I take my first caller, I am going to do our affirmations as I always do for the week. And I decided, because we're in the new moon, to pull from my Moonology Oracle cards. And I actually, and I'm not kidding when I say and no coincidences, by the way, I don't believe in coincidence, but ironically, maybe a little bit of irony, but I happened to pull the new moon in Aquarius, but I also had a card fall out. So we're going to read both of them and apply those to our messages for this next week. So let's do the new moon in Aquarius. New moon in Aquarius. These are fairly, they're just one lines. They're very simple. That's Oracle for you. So, but they can be very powerful. The Oracle card or affirmation for this week says, bring love into the situation. Now, what was interesting when I pulled that bring love into the situation, the new moon in Aquarius, the full moon in Aries popped out, which we just got done, I believe, in that full moon in Aries, I believe. Or no, I lied. We're going into that here soon. My apologies. So it works out perfect. And this is very interesting. The full moon Aries says, a fiery climax approaches. So now we've got a fiery climax of the Aries, and we've got to bring love into the situation with a new moon in Aquarius. So without a doubt, if you are having, problems with family, if there's some fighting, some issues, some ifs, if you're not talking to family, or if you've got a family event and you know that you are like an Aries and will just kind of tell it as it is, you may want to bring some love into that situation, and maybe it won't get as fiery as some of these fire signs can do. So I love my fire signs, by the way, love them. But so please apply that into this next week and do those affirmations. See what happens, right? It can't hurt. Absolutely. Okay. All right, my friends, I'm excited to take my first caller, and I've got it in Wisconsin. It's Colleen.
Hi, Stephanie. This is Colleen.
Hi, Colleen. How are you?
Great. How about yourself?
I'm doing good. I'm doing really good. Yeah, I'm just excited to see what these readings bring about. It's been amazing, good new moon energy. So how can I help you tonight?
Well, I'm kind of gotten myself into a new relationship starting, and I'm hoping that this one's actually going to go somewhere.
Okay. I think, isn't that kind of the hope always? We think, gosh, I think the older we get, we realize it's not about, it's not about quantity, right? It's about quality and not wasting time per se. And so right. I get it. I absolutely get it. As we get older, no more wasting time. And, it's either going to happen or it's not. And let's move on,
Right.
Okay. All right, my friend. So kind of your question is, how is this going to pan out, right? What's going to happen with this relationship?
Basically, yeah. He seems like a really nice guy.
Okay. No, I love it. Okay. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to pull some cards for you. Now, when I do my readings, I use the cards just more as a guide or a tool. But what's really amazing is the visual validation that you will get to see how the cards connect with my gifts and my premonitions and predictions and all that fun stuff. So I'm just intuitively going to pull a couple, but can I ask, Sue, I do this every show, all callers. I always pick up on numbers, and usually numbers are connected to either my psyche connecting with who I'm going to meet, or the numbers connect with a loved one in spirit who is starting to channel and wants to validate who they are. So I got two numbers today. Just want to see if you connect with them. If not, that's okay. Now, the first number I got was the number 24. And 24, as I connect, will be the 24th of a month. Now, it's not this year, not 2024, but 24th of a month, February 4th. Now, this could be the age of 24. And then I'll tell you the second number and let me know if these resonate. The second number I got was the number 11, which I love that number anyways, but that one's been very prominent today. And same applies with that number, 11th of a month, 2011. This could be January, the beginning of January. So with that said, do you connect with either of those cards or those numbers? Excuse me.
They're not ringing a bell.
Okay, that's okay. That's all right. I throw it out there because someone tonight will end up, it'll connect beautifully. So, all right, my friend, let me see. I'm pulling some cards for you here. Now, I'll tell you the first thing that I was feeling with this person in your life, this partner. Oh boy, I pulled 3 cards for you, by the way. Okay. So first off, without a doubt, my friend, you definitely, and I love this about you in the same way, you definitely like to be spoiled, like to be taken care of, but you also hold your own. You also want this man or woman, a partner, I don't care either way, but you want them to see that, you are self-sufficient. But you also have, I feel, that old school, I want to be wined and dined in the sense I want my doors open, or at least you would like to. Does that make sense with you?
Yes. He says he's old-fashioned too.
Oh, perfect. Perfect. So first off, if you were to have a checklist of, okay, I've got this, and this, and these are priorities of what I want to look in a man. I feel like he's filling those check boxes, which, I don't think there's anything wrong with being picky. To be honest, I think you got to be now, So yes, I definitely feel like he fits that or those check boxes with that. You are without a doubt a queen, as I put it, and you definitely rule your queendom, as I call it. So, which I love that. I love that energy coming from you. And I feel like that with him, it gives him so much satisfaction and just fills up his energetic cup, if you will. He loves doing that. Now, okay, so tell me, just like those 2 numbers I mentioned, boy, you know what? I think, Colleen, that 2411 is connecting with this guy, by the way. So keep that in mind. The number 24 and the number 11, I really feel one of those numbers connects with this guy. I want you to keep that in mind. So as you talk to him, he may say, yes, I have a loved one that passed away on the 11th or November, the month of November.
Okay.
So please keep that in mind. Let's see, this will be, okay. I just heard 4 months. I heard 4 months. So how long have you guys been dating?
Oh, well, we haven't even met yet. We've just been talking on the phone for about 2 almost 3 weeks.
Gotcha. Okay. All right. Well, then that tells me what's to come future-wise. So please tell me you have seen this person and talked to him face-to-face at least. Have you done FaceTime?
No. We just talk on the phone. We don't do any video.
Okay. I'm going to tell you, my friend, not that I'm worried, but please, I would ask him, hey, can we, I would love to see you face to face over, whether it's FaceTime or Snapchat or just, or Facebook Messenger, whatever, just because I don't want you to be what they call catfished. Do you know what that is?
Yes. Yeah, we've been talking about actually meeting.
Good. Okay.
In person.
Perfect. Okay. Yeah. And I don't feel any worry, hon. I'm protecting you as a woman to woman.
I appreciate that.
No, absolutely. So the 4, when I see 4 months, just be prepared. I do feel about April, May time, this relationship goes to the next level, the next step, and as I see it, it feels to flow pretty well. I do feel that with him, there may be a little bit of a struggle with being able to commit time to you. And that is one of your check boxes as someone who will put you as a priority. And I feel like that may be a struggle. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Okay. So just, be mindful of that for sure. Now, I know that you're from Wisconsin. Now, I feel like he doesn't live too far from you, but I still feel it might be a little bit of a jaunt. Does he live in a different state?
Yeah, that's part of we have to meet in person and meet in the middle somewhere.
Yeah, exactly. So, which it sounds to me like you are, doing what you need to do to, slowly progress with this relationship. So, I like it. I think it feels good, to be honest. Keep in mind, I do feel like that by October, again, you'll have another kind of next step in the relationship move. And, if he is filling those check boxes, like I mentioned, that are the priority, that's wonderful. But I also feel like that you're going to want to be a little bit squishy when it comes to other check boxes, because I feel like he may not fill those, but there's some things we can, look over. So,
compromise.
But just, compromise, exactly, absolutely, hun. But I like him. I keep getting an R name just now. I don't know where this is coming from, but just an R name, like Rick.
Yes, Rob.
But his name's Rob?
Yeah, his name's Rob.
I love it. That's just my beautiful guides working with your guides and giving us that head nod of, yes, this one's okay. So, so just take things slow. Make sure you're protecting yourself in a sense of, of being safe with, it's just scary out there in the dating world too. So, but I like him. I think this is going to go good. Just take, baby steps and just be present. Be present in every moment that you guys have together and not worry about what's going to happen tomorrow. Okay?
Right. And he's a Taurus and I'm a Capricorn.
Oh boy. Oh boy. So you guys will have amazing intimacy. How about we put that? The physical will be amazing. You guys will maybe butt heads at times. Not even maybe. You will butt heads at times. But sometimes that's what each of you are going to need, is for someone to kind of put each other in their place. You definitely can't have someone that's passive at all. So, no, I love it. Well, I'm excited for you. And, this year, as I was saying earlier, it's the year of the 8. This is the year of manifesting. So tonight being that new moon, get a piece of paper and write down what you want to manifest with this relationship and put it out there, and the universe will respond.
Awesome. Thank you.
Hey, all right, my friend. You're so welcome. Thank you for calling. Have a great night.
You too. Be blessed.
Always. You too. Bye, hon. All right. Oh, wonderful. Okay, let's grab our next caller. And this is Christy in South Carolina. Hi, Christy. This is the mini medium.
Hello. How are you?
I'm doing fabulous. How are you?
I'm good. I'm sorry for my cold.
Oh, bless your heart. No, you're okay. Oh, I just got over bronchitis.
Cold and hot the next day. It's like we have up and down weather here.
I hear you, my friend. I'm in Utah, and we're having a weird winter. It's been really strange. But easy to get sick weather, I call it.
Right.
So, well, how can I help you tonight, hon?
And thanks for taking my call. I have been dating a guy named Brad for 6 years, and the first 2 years was good, and then the last couple of years has just been having its challenges. I got injured at work, so he stopped the intimacy, I would say, about like 3 years ago. And lately I was like, I miss the old us. And now all of a sudden he says, I said, why don't we have any intimacy? He says, because we're not married, which was through a red flag. And I was like, well, lucky me, because you never changed before.
Yeah.
I don't know. Right. I don't know what to believe, because I don't know.
Yeah. No, boy, my last caller was a relationship question too. And isn't it kind of ironic that, we're in the month of the Valentines, and, and the month of love, and, like I mentioned to my last caller, you also have a very old-fashioned, old school of morals, of ways, of as far as when it comes to, a man, holding the door for you, or, coming and picking you up at the door. You have some of those, and I love that. And I feel this guy, you said Brad, right? Brad, I think you said.
Right.
Brad? Yeah. I feel Brad has the potential. I feel he has the potential to do that, also to continue, because we all know, and no disrespect to relationships, to men or women, but we get comfortable, and then we forget about what we need to do. We still need to date our significant others, even if it's been 3 years, 10 years, 50 years, One thing that I admire, my in-laws have been married for 53 years, and they still find time to do date nights, and stuff. So, and I feel that you have that same, those morals and ways of living. And Brad has them as well. However,
we don't do anything. He doesn't ask me to do any. I mean, he won't touch me. We're not married.
Well, yeah, and that's really where I was heading to. Yeah. And I was going to say, but, because there's always that big but, but I feel like that there is definitely something that is pulling him away from you, and not just you, my friend, but other people, other, priorities, I guess, if you will, which worries me a little bit, to where, whatever this is that he is putting all of his time and energy, or at least a good portion of it, is not feeding him in a positive way. It's not serving him in a positive way. So I'm a little bit worried about,
is he cheating on me?
That's one thing that it's so hard, especially, as an intuitive and picking up on it. And, it's, and that's the hard part too, hon, is define cheating. Some people think that if you emotionally are flirting with somebody, right? If you, then you're cheating. If you are intimate with someone, absolutely. In my book, that's cheating. Texting someone, but not allowing anyone else to see that text because you're hiding something, that could be a form of cheating. So to define cheating, as far as my mind goes and how I connect with you, I feel you're kind of like me. And I feel like if you are texting somebody or messaging and you can't share that with your significant other, whoever you're dating, then you're cheating. You are cheating that person out of your energy, right?
Mm-hmm.
So then I have to say yes. Do you feel that texting, so that I can see what your definition, do you feel if he's texting another woman or whatever it may be, is that your form of cheating as well?
Yeah, I mean, if he can't show me the text, then yeah. But has he physically been with these people?
I don't feel that. I don't. And that's where I wanted to make sure that we understood what I define as cheating. As far as my, it's like I have to get out of my own personal judgmental brain and I have to get into my intuitive side. And intuitively, because I feel that you also look at texting someone without sharing that as cheating, then yes, I have to say that I feel that applies. Physically, I don't feel there's a physical. I do feel that with him, they're definitely, I'll just tell you really quick. Sorry, I'm all over the place. I've got so much coming in for you, but one of the cards you pulled, I'm going to show it on my live here. It's this Temperance card. And this Temperance card has a man on it. He's got a moon in one hand and a sun in the other. And what that represents is the moon is feminine energy, the sun is masculine energy. And in the card, he is in a sense juggling, the priorities of his feminine side and his masculine side, if you will. The temperance, if you look at tempered glass cannot be broken. And I feel for him, he's juggling so much on his plate right now, my friend. And I feel that he is, and maybe at one time he had that, what am I trying to say? The confidence and feeling like, secure and felt like he could never be broken. But now he's feeling broken and he's really struggling with juggling all these priorities. I really feel like, of course, without a doubt, you guys were meant to meet each other. You were meant to cross paths. He absolutely is meant to be a chapter in your big old novel of life. I just don't feel like this is going anywhere.
Me either.
Not that it's not the time that you're with him you haven't wasted time, because he has taught you what you want and what you don't want in a relationship, and he's not a bad man, by the way. I'll get clients in front of me and I'll say, you've got to run, you've got to get out. This is not good, but he's not a bad man. And I just feel like he's just got so much, and you are at a different point in your life that you're ready for that next move. And unfortunately, he can't do that right now, So now your free will choice decides, do I stay and hope and gamble that he will turn around and show me what I need and give me what I need? Or do we break ways so that you can go find your person, And I really feel like that's the direction I would say to go. And that it's hard for me to say that, by the way. But I can tell you have a beautiful unconditional love, and that sometimes can bite us in the butt. Unfortunately, people will take advantage of it. So I've got about 45 seconds left.
My whole family has just disowned me because of him. My whole life is just falling apart. I mean, do you see, besides with him, because that was the direction I was going, is just to walk away from him. So, I can be friends with him, but no,
I would break ways, hon. And I feel bad. I've got to wrap up my show. My producer just said we've got a few seconds, but if you are still up tonight, please go to my Facebook page, Mini Medium, and I do readings in about an hour for free for a couple hours. Hop on there and let me know who you are, and I'd be happy to see if we can help more, okay?
You said Mini Medium?
Just like my name on Facebook. Yep.
Okay.
All right, my friend. Have a beautiful night, and I'm sending you lots of good love and light and strength, okay?
Okay, thank you.
All right, you're welcome. Bye-bye. All right, guys, that's a wrap. It was so fun tonight. Happy new moon. I will see you guys next week. Bye, guys.
Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome. Time for Psychic Paths with Suzanne Marie. Live from PsychicPaths.com. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/Psychic Radio. Or one of our websites, ask1radio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is Psychic Path on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to A1R Psychic Radio, and welcome to Psychic Path. I am Suzanne Marie, and I will be here for a little while. I hope I get a really good caller. So I hope that you are doing well and that this week is going good for everyone. So get on the phone and call if you want a free reading. It always helps. It's always good to know that there are the resources to get a reading if you want a reading. Sometimes we just wish for something up and beyond the answers that we're getting, and if it's free, you don't lose anything. So you can reach me at psychicpaths.com if you would like a private reading from me. I am a clairvoyant and a light trance medium, and I'm in central Minnesota. So I do hope that everyone is doing well. It's February already, and it looks to be somewhat of a really good year. All the planets are aligning. Libra's going on, and that's Venus. So, I just want to be able to be here tonight and get a good caller. We have Jackie in Jersey City. Hello.
Hello.
How are you tonight?
I'm good. How are you?
Good. What can I help with tonight?
You can actually tell me anything. It really doesn't matter. Anything, maybe my grandmother.
You want to connect with your grandmother?
Mm-hmm.
Hang on a second. Let me connect to your energy. So was her passing slow? Did it take a while for her to pass? Was her passing slow? Was it ongoing?
A little bit. Was it ongoing?
Yeah, it kind of feels like it was lengthy. It seems like it took a while for her to pass over.
Yes, it did.
And she's come and she's telling me that she had kind of withdrawn from everyone and everything. Did she seem withdrawn? Kind of like she stopped talking and stopped caring about things? I think she was like lost interest. There's a feeling of losing interest in the things around her. And also she's had a hard life when she was here. She's telling me nothing come easy. She's telling me that you are very, very stubborn, and that's what's going to get you ahead in life. She says that she was the same way. You can't be told what to do. You have to learn it yourself. And sometimes we wonder, why is the world so cruel? But then we have to learn our lessons because we have to live them. No one's going to tell us what we have to experience. And so that happened for her too. she's always with you. Um, is there a younger girl? Do you have a sister?
Yeah, I have a
'Cause
sister.
she's making me feel like there's a sister also that she's close to.
Yeah, I have a sister.
Yeah, she's saying that really you're going to be one heck of a lady. I would give it, like from what she's saying, in the next 5 years you should get everything that you've put your focus on. And she wants you to know just how precious a person you are. She says sometimes you forget. Sometimes you're very critical of yourself, is what she's telling me. And she's sad. It makes her sad.
Things are sad.
It makes her sad when you start criticizing yourself. When you get the feeling like you should do more or be more or what you're not. She really thinks you're perfect. And so when she has these feelings of when you're being your worst enemy or your worst judge, that it's really not necessary. Just put your mind on what you want and go for it, and you will succeed. And she's right there with you. And whenever you want to talk to her, she's right there. She's right there with you. No work at it. And she will somehow let you know that she's with you. I'm trying to see what else she's saying. So was there a gentleman that died in the family too, passed over? Someone younger than she was? Younger than her. Yeah, that would be correct. It feels like a uncle. I'm trying to get it.
Yeah, it was an uncle.
Was he a distant uncle? Because it feels like he wasn't. It feels like he wasn't really present, is what I'm picking up. I don't know why.
But I'm not sure about that.
It's okay. You can think later. She's with him and he's with her, and she was wanting to let your family know that he was there. Now, he
maybe a grandfather.
No,
kind of young.
Yeah, he's kind of young. I would say 40s, 50s.
Oh no, no.
He's kind of young. So maybe you can ask around and see who this guy is, because she's like wanting the family to know he's there.
We don't, anyone that passed away is like over 50, over 60. I don't have no young uncles.
I wouldn't say in the 30s or 40s, but I would say 50s and 60s. But yeah, find out later. I don't get a real good read on him, or his energy. But I'm seeing what else.
Do you see anything of my her sister?
Not with her right now, no. But she's saying that she has seen her. She has seen her. She's giving me the impression they were very close, like twins. That they were really,
they were very close. Yes, very close.
So she's just trying to say, follow your dreams, focus on what you want, have patience, and above all, she's saying, just really be gentle with yourself. She wants you to be gentle with yourself. And That's about it. She's saying that some things are coming fast. You want something. There's something on your mind that you want.
Do.
And she said it's coming.
Mm-hmm.
She's saying, be patient, it's coming. So that's what she said. I hope I've been of some help there.
No, you did.
Do you have any other questions for me?
Anything like about myself, could be anything.
There's somebody that's around you that feels shady. And I've been trying to ignore it through the reading because it's not anything questioned. Do you feel like you're being watched? Do you feel like there's someone around when you don't see anyone? Because I feel like, because I really feel like there's a negative entity around you, and it just could be because you have a bright light. You have an inner light that's very, very bright, and sometimes the dark side is attracted to the light, but they also start to try to diminish the light. So I would try to figure out a way to protect yourself. If you feel like you're not alone, you're being watched and someone's there, tell that person to go. You have a right to say, go and don't return. This is my space. Do you know what I'm saying?
No, I definitely understand you.
Because I feel like there's a dark presence around you and I don't like it. And I thought maybe it was in this reality, but it's not. Also burn some sage if you have any, if you can get any. You can burn sage or frankincense. And that should help your energy and your space clean. Okay?
Okay.
Well, thank you for calling. I appreciate you calling. And I hope you have a great week. And be patient because your grandma's saying it's coming.
I know exactly what she means.
All right. Thank you and have a good week. Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Okay, everybody. I will see you next week. Everyone have a great week. All right. Bye-bye.
Listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, Enlightening Television. Welcome. Time for Readings by Diane with Diane. Live at readingsbydiane.com. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is Readings by Diane on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hi, everybody. This is Diane Jarecki at Readings by Diane, and thank you so much for joining me today. If you are following me here from my YouTube channel, thank you for being here to support me. I truly appreciate it. And if you are new to my work, today I am just going to introduce you to who I am and what I do. So I read tarot, Lenormand, and playing cards. I pretty much focus on the Tarot de Marseille system. So although I may switch out decks when I'm reading, it's all going to be within the same Tarot de Marseille, sticking with the traditional, because I do very traditional ancient cartomancy. I also read the Lenormand cards. If you're not familiar with those, this is a system that is very popular in Europe and came to the United States about 20 years ago. It started to really explode about 15 years ago, and I found it 10 years ago. I love this system because it's everyday symbols, things that we recognize and have associations with. And so it's very easy to understand what these images are telling us. And then the playing cards. This is the oldest system of cartomancy that there is. And I tend to, again, stick to very traditional, basic designs, although a little bit prettier and different most of the time. It's amazing how much information you can get from the patterns of just a regular deck of playing cards. And then I do sometimes, if I have time, I wrap up with an extra message for spirit, especially if that's asked for. And for that, I keep an oracle deck handy. This one is one that I read with very intuitively. Being from a coastal region up here in New England, I love these sea images. If you can't tell, that's pretty much a theme through at least a couple of the decks I've shown here. And so I read the cards in response to a question. So once a question is asked, I'm going to shuffle the cards. I will then tell you what I'm seeing in the cards. If you are watching this on video, you'll see me show you in the cards as I hold them up and explain what I'm seeing. So I will give a visual for those who are watching in a visual media. I'm very direct, although not like blunt to the point of hurting anybody. Okay, it's not my point here. So I'm not like rudely direct, but I am very straight and to the point, very honest about what I see in the cards. I always say, I'll tell you the truth, the good, the bad, and the ugly, and the beautiful, all of it. Okay. So I will be taking live callers and doing one free reading per show, because that's really all I'm going to have time for in a mini show is one, live reading. And then if I do have a little free time, we'll either do that message from Spirit Wrap, or I'll talk a little bit more about some of the cards. I'll be choosing the system because I use my intuition for that. There are times I get things out of a particular deck that I might not get out of another one, and my intuition guides me. Sometimes I'll reach for one deck and be guided to use a different one. For example, recently I had a question where that happened. Whoops, trying to find the camera. And not doing a good job. Okay. So anyway, we'll get this in the camera. There we go. Where a question was asked about what somebody was doing with their money, and it came up for me, this coffin card in this deck. I could see that as kind of a bank vault, as somebody putting their money into safekeeping, hiding, in an account or something where it was kind of locked away, whether that is like a money market or CD, but it was something vault-like. And I wouldn't have gotten that from any of the tarot cards or the playing cards. So I will feel into what deck and system I'm guided to. Some provide better answers to certain questions than others. And I do read on all types of questions. I mean, I've been reading tarot for over 20 years. My very first readings with both tarot and oracle, before I even knew anything about either one of them or even what they were for other people. So I have a long history of reading for others before I even became a professional reader. I'm very intuitive. I often pick up on hidden information, things that you didn't tell me, that I will be given that message, that history or energy of the situation. And that's how it works for me. A very strong intuition, that empathic connection. And I do feel it through the screen, over the internet, over the phone, if I do phone readings. I do have a website where you can reach out to me at www.dianejarecki.com. A Facebook, let me fix that, www.readingsbydiane.com. Sorry, first show, little nervous. And my Facebook page, Readings by Diane, and then also Readings by Diane YouTube channel. So you can reach out to me through any of those. I do content that is educational on my YouTube channel. That is a new YouTube channel for me, though I'm not new to YouTube. That is just a new one I've started in order to put out some more educational content around the cartomancy, and as I study them, numerology and astrology. And eventually I will be adding those readings into my services. Here, I may not be able to do them. It depends on whether or not I can get information in advance. That's going to be a ways off first before I start doing that for anybody. I'm in the study process for both. Have a lot to learn. So just a little bit of my background. I have been studying metaphysics since my teens. And I don't judge people. I've been through a lot. I've made a lot of mistakes. We all do, because we're all human. So we're all in the human condition. None of us are perfect. Another little fun fact, the Amish actually believe that only God is perfect and actually intentionally put mistakes into their work. So, spirit, God, that may be perfect. We humans are definitely not. So it's not my place to judge anybody. I'm a safe space. Private readings, obviously. Public, what you put out here is going to be on the air. So, that's up to you. So, I hope you will tune in every Tuesday from 3 to 3:15 p.m. Eastern Time and listen or watch and enjoy the show. And I look forward to reading for you. I welcome all questions, relationship, career, spiritual path. I offer guidance on any question that you have. So, I'm going to try to make this fun and educational, informational, and inspirational. And with that, I'm just offering you much love, much light, many, many blessings for now and for your future. Look forward to speaking to you, reading for you, and I hope you'll join me.
Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome. Time for New York City Celebrity Psychic with Perry Lyons. Perry Lyons. Live from PerryLyons.com. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is New York City Celebrity Psychic on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
I'm Perry Lyons, Moonstruck TV and A1R. Excuse my sort of dorky mic. I just ordered 2 new ones from Amazon. They got here. They didn't work. So I'm dressing so you won't even notice the mic. How's that? Better? Okay. Thank you. If this does get muffled again, just, well, I can't see you people. So, I'll just talk loud. Okay. Anyway, I am sitting here. Look, I can see dead people. I can read the future. I can't be good at tech too. That's all there is to it. Anyway, I'm very happy you're here. If you are in fact still here, I hope you are. And I am staring at the phone like I'm a lovesick teenager waiting for your call, because I want to loving, caring, and most importantly, practical reasons, accurate way, the most pressing question of career, why microphones don't work the way they're supposed to. No calculus. All I ask. Just a bit. Anyway, I got a haircut. For those of you thinking, wee. And I'm actually wearing my nightgown and bathrobe. I'm not sure why. I hate to do that. I think I moved from high school. That's an astrological rule that I just made up. So, we have, you can call in. We have, thank you. Although if you call from Glasgow, make sure you turn the subtitles on, because I can't do it. I say all of Canada and all of America. We especially cater to Aries, Taurus, and Leos. And I don't know why that. We especially love Tauruses. So shout out to all my Taurus girls. I know who you are. You don't even have to. I'm going to stop blathering. I don't know what is with me today, but usually when I'm this kind of like, woo! Usually when I'm this kind of, how can I put this? Spacey. I'm a little spacey today. That means the readings are going to be incredibly accurate. So there's that. Do call in. Again, my first name is Perry. Oh, darling, Brooklyn in the house. Hey, I'm 4th generation Brooklyn. Yay. So I'm just going to, do you mind being a patient, lovely? And I'm just going to quickly do the psychic weather for the week. while you wait, what I'm going to ask you to do is breathe in really deeply and then blow out through your lips like you're blowing out a birthday candle or like you're a whoopee cushion like this. So it's like this. What that does is while you're waiting, it stimulates your vagus nerve and relaxes your whole, I was going to say solar system, nervous system. That's what I was going to say. So I'll be back in 3 minutes. I can't wait to talk to you. Yay.
Okay.
Oh. So here's how the psychic weather works. Psychic tarot weather. I pick 3 cards. It's for the beginning of the week, starting today. One's for the middle of the week, weekendish. It's Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. Here's how it goes. And just so you know, psychic weather applies to everybody in the same way that weather does. Psychic weather applies to you if you're listening. And I'm sorry that I look dorky holding my mic out like this, but in Amazon. So if you're listening, this is for you. So if you're starting out the first part of the week, feeling a little overwhelmed, which is kind of tricky because it's only Wednesday. You got 2 more days, honey. But as you can see from this card, this guy is bowing under the weight of so many sticks. You're just feeling a little overwhelmed. You're going to be fine. Since it's a 10 card, it's the last card in the cycle, which means that the more overwhelmed you feel, the closer you are to feeling not overwhelmed. That makes sense. It did to me. So if you're feeling overwhelmed, take heart. You're exactly where you should be right now, and you're going to feel better by about 2 o'clock tomorrow. Whee! I love doing so much fun. Oh, look at this. Age of Pentacles. Is there a younger person who's an earth sign around you? Is that a Virgo, a Taurus, or a Capricorn? Yes, I believe it is. This might have to do with the child in your household, a child you're going to be hanging out with this week, which you can go hang out with children. That's all good. It might also, especially if you're a Taurus, Capricorn, or a Virgo, it might mean that this is a week when you're going to be getting back in touch with your inner child. That might involve learning how to do things that you enjoyed as a kid. For instance, even though I'm not an earth sign, loved doing crafts as a kid. I was terrible at them. And I recently started doing crafts again, and I'm happy as a clam. So how anybody can tell what clam's moods are is beyond me. But if you're a bivalve psychologist, be sure and call it. So you're either getting in touch with your inner child, if you're an earth sign, or you're going to be hanging out with a kid who's very important to you, or soon will be. Whee! And the last card is the Empress card. This is interesting. The Empress card is mother and fertility energy. So it looks like towards the end of this week, which is say Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, you might be hanging out with your mom. You might be spending extra mom energy if you have children. I don't know if I have children. I'll check behind the couch cushions. Although if I do check behind the couch cushions, I usually find pretty much the same thing, which is 35 cents in pennies and nickels, a hairbrush, and an unwrapped hard candy peppermint. I don't know, always the same thing my entire life. So the other thing that this card means is you could, this is a time when you are thinking of perhaps conceiving a child, and good for you if you are. It's a great time. So I'm not sure what to tell you about how to do that. I think you can take it from here. However, if you are not currently wanting a child, take appropriate precautions. This is a very powerful motherhood card. So you might want to just, wear a wetsuit all week or something, or just stay in the closet and have your relatives fling foodstuffs in through the transom. Okay, we're ready for Darlene in Brooklyn. Are you still there, my angel?
Yes, I am.
Oh, thank you for being so patient. I like to connect to people through their birthdays. When's your birthday, my angel?
June 7, 1978.
Oh my gosh, that's so amazing. I did 2 private clients today, and they both have the same birthday. Wow.
Oh, wow.
That's really cool. So whatever this question is, it means it's important. I'm a big believer in confirmatory coincidences. And you're just a baby.
Huh?
Did you say 1977?
1978.
78. Oh. Oh, you're year of the horse. So you're very independent, probably very attractive.
Yeah.
Horse ladies are always gorgeous. They really are. And horse ladies are so independent that whatever gender they prefer dating is usually lined up at the door, but they're too busy to even notice. So, all right, darling, how can I help you today? What's on that beautiful mind of yours?
Well, I was on to say about a friend. He keeps playing hard to get. He keeps playing hard to get. I don't know. He's crazy. He's a Virgin. I'm a Gemini.
Well, that's okay. Virgos are really misunderstood because most people think it's about having like obsessive compulsive disorder, but that's not them. Virgos are actually about purity and idealism, and they're usually kind of, in a weird way, dreamers. I mean, they're also picky, don't get me wrong, but kind of about purity. Yeah. So one thing you're great. I'm so glad you called. I'm having you cloned. So one thing that Virgo men like is sort of not virginity in women because screw that. But a kind of elegance and women who wear a lot of white, a kind of slightly unapproachable, which is a little hard for you because you're so bubbly. So skip what I just said. Be yourself. What's his first name?
Huh?
What's his first name?
Casino.
What a great name. Did you say Casino? That is the best name I've heard. Wow, that is such a great name. I would marry him just for that name, honestly. I'd divorce him tomorrow, but I just want to be able to say for a day, this is my husband, Casino. Yeah, I'm lucky. Sorry. I can help that. I actually think this boy's in love with you. Sorry, I should say man, because I think he's over 25. So I'm not seeing a big problem here. Oh yeah, I'm seeing a little bit of a problem. He can be a tiny bit of a womanizer. Okay, that's a little bit of a problem. But you know what? If he's capable of being faithful to anybody, I think he's capable of being faithful to you because, for one thing, you're a Gemini, so it's like having two girlfriends at the same time. And while that sounds attractive, it's actually just tiring enough to be good. So you guys, I've got a Gemini sister, and you guys are such handfuls and so wild and so delightful that I think that his problem is he gets bored with one person. There's no way on God's green earth this man is ever going to get bored with you. I'm here to tell you. End of. So I'm not really seeing a problem here. Is he playing a little hard to get?
Oh, okay. Yeah, a little bit.
I'm sorry. I mean, I'm happy.
And then when I say he calls, but sometimes he gets upset when I don't pick up the phone.
When you don't pick up the phone?
Hello?
Oh. Are you still there? Can you hear me?
Yeah, I'm still there. Yeah, I'm still there.
Hold on. Oh, great. Okay. So he gets upset when you don't pick up the phone or when you do pick up the phone?
He gets excited when I pick up the phone, but when I don't pick it up, he's telling me that you're playing games.
Oh, God. Well, don't tell him what I was thinking, because I'm not allowed to say that on TV.
I know.
You know what? That's just, he feels, here's what I'm getting. He feels insecure. And when men feel insecure, they start getting a little mean to us. And when they get mean to us, what we do is we laugh at them.
Yeah.
And also, you can say to him, your name is Casino and you're accusing me of playing games? I don't think so, pal. I've waited all my life to be able to make that joke. God bless you. Where in Brooklyn you at? I'm in you know where the jail is? Well, no, I know where the jail is. You don't. But you know downtown Brooklyn? I'm right around there.
Yeah. Oh, wow.
Yeah, I'm like near Atlantic Avenue.
Oh, okay. I'm in Brownsville.
Oh, so you're not that far. I can be over there in an hour.
No, and he lives in Pennsylvania. So he lives in Pennsylvania with his baby mama and his son and his
baby mama. How many baby mamas does he have?
He's out there for 3 to 4 days, and he come up here for the weekend for me. So the whole week, for like 2 or 3 weeks out here with me.
Well, if you're getting his weekend, that means you're his main person. I feel a little bad for baby mama, but I kind of don't because normally I would, but I don't like her. So I'm sorry.
Oh, wow.
Did I just say that outside of my head? I did. I'm so sorry. I'll tell you what, I started being really psychic. This is a true story after I got hit in the head with the piano like 12 years ago. So ever since then, I'm much more psychic, but I'm also like Jim Carrey and Liar, Liar. Anything I think comes out of my mouth. So I don't like her. I'm sorry. I just don't. But I don't think they're going to stay together either. And I'm not just saying that to make you feel good, although how that would make you feel, I don't know. I don't run your emotions. You do. But they're not really. I get the feeling that, good for him. He's taking care of the baby and his grandson. How many generations are in that house?
He has 4 baby mothers, 4 kids, and 4 grandkids.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Remember, I asked you earlier how many baby mamas he had. I was getting 4 or 5. There might be another one out there you don't even know about. God, how does this man find time to eat or work or do anything?
No, he worked 2 jobs. And he said he's
better.
And he's 54. He's 54 years old.
Oh, my God. This is a man who better save up for retirement. But you can't even...
He bought me gifts for Christmas.
Oh, that's really good. I don't get to hear that very often from women, so that's really nice.
Yeah, he bought me gifts, give me money, and bring me food when I want to.
Oh. Well, honestly, if you've got a man who lives out of town 4 days a week, brings you gifts, gives you money, and then leaves you alone for 4 days a week, I'm so down with this. Where do I sign up? I think you've got the best deal in the world. I am not kidding. You don't have to pick up his goddamn socks. Are you kidding me?
Yeah, I know.
You don't have to get sick of him.
God did that.
Yeah, well, God is great all the time. God does not work part-time.
I had abusive relationship. I had domestic violence relationship, and he just came in. I tell God one day, on a Tuesday, I want to meet a man in a park, and it happened. And we start connecting.
I believe you are a manifester like no other. I want you to start asking God for winning lottery numbers.
It wound up happening.
Here, I'll give you some.
See, my two great grandmothers two of my great grandmothers were psychic medium, and I think I'm one of them because I could see things before it happened. And when I tell somebody something, it happened a week later. I don't know what's going on with me. I heard I got powers and magic. Psychic. I don't see it.
Accept it. It takes a little while to get used to. People always ask me, why don't you win the lottery? And I'll tell you my lottery story real quick, and then we're going to get back to you because you're awesome. I just like you so much. I knew you were a psychic. You're one of us. So here's my winning lottery story. I was standing at the bodega. You know what a bodega is. You know, a lot of, if you're out there in middle America, and God bless you, or in some other place, a bodega is like the corner store. So, and I was standing in line to buy cigarettes, God help me. And I was staring at the lottery numbers from last week. They posted them, and they suddenly shifted right before my eyes into different numbers. And
oh, wow.
It was like, so I quickly wrote the numbers I was seeing down, and then they disappeared and went back to the other numbers. And so as soon as I got to the cash register, I was like, I'm playing lotto, please. And so I gave him my numbers, and I got home, and the next day I waited for the drawing, and 4 out of 6 numbers were correct, and I never found the ticket.
Oh, wow.
So that's my when people say, oh, if you're psychic, why did you win the lottery? I'm like, you know what? It doesn't work like that.
Yeah.
Or maybe it does. I'm open to having it work that way. But you're really good at it. You are so good at manifesting. You know that. I mean, you can be like, I want a job where I only have to work 4 days a week when the boy's out of town. And I'll make as much money. Yeah. I actually think that if you want to spend the rest of your life with this guy and the circus that he belongs to, because that's a lot of people he's got in that's like what, 4 baby mamas, 4 babies, 4 grandbabies. So you'll never be lonely. But I think if he's yours if you want him. I wouldn't change the arrangement now.
I just want him as a friend. That's it. It's a friend. It's a friend. There's too much drama with that baby mom. I just say friend. You can say good friend.
I think that's a great idea. I think you're awesome. Well, next time you're in downtown Brooklyn, if you see a tall, goofy blonde, wave to her and say, "Hey, Perry." And if she's me, I'll say, "Hey, Darlene, how are you doing?"
Oh, wow.
All right, my angel. I guess that's about all I got for you. I've got to take another caller, but call in anytime. Your energy's fab.
All right, this number right here?
Yeah. Call in next week. I'm on the radio and TV simultaneously, so if you call in, call the number on your screen, and it's 9 p.m. live every Wednesday. And you never know what's going to happen, and you never know what I'm going to say. Also, I've got a lot of celebrity clients, so you never know who's actually watching.
Okay, wow.
Yeah. Got some amazing people who watch the show. They're just very, very deal about it. All right, Mila. Well, I like your life just the way it is. I think you got it happening.
Okay.
Great. Yeah. He's out of town 4 days a week. I'm so down with that. I can't even. And he's in love with you. So do what you want with him. He is your plaything.
Okay.
All right, sweetheart. I hope to talk to you again soon. Take care.
Okay. I do too.
Do I get the coolest people ever on my show? Yes, I do on my show. And now we've got Carol. I love that name. How amazing was that last caller with the boyfriend named Casino? What a great name. And he accuses her of playing games with him. Casino. That's irony. Carol, how are you, my angel? Where are you calling from?
Hi, I'm calling from Mercer, Pennsylvania. How are you?
Oh, cool. Oh, I've actually been there. Nice town.
Oh, have you?
Right over. So I'm happy you called. So here's what I like to do. I like to tune in to people through their birthdays. So if you tell me your birthday.
It's September 26, 1960.
Oh, you're a Libra, born in the year of the rat.
Mm-hmm.
That's a very good thing to be. That means that you're extremely skilled socially, and you're very, very good at managing people without them knowing they're being managed, which I love. And you tell the truth all the time, which could get you into hot water, but I think it's admirable. Boy, do you tell the truth. I just tuned in on you. Woo! That's great.
Well,
no, I think it's a great quality. Although the great writer Mark Twain once said, if you want to be lonely, tell the truth.
Well, I mean, I'm a straight shooter. Yeah.
Yes, you are.
I probably like it is.
My favorite quality in people. But you're also kind. So that's good. And you're also very sensitive to beauty. I bet your house is really great. Can you come? Do you mind? No, I'm not serious. I bet you've got really good taste. And like clothing.
Well, I don't know. I mean,
I know. I'm telling you, you do. You're being modest. All right. How can I help you, darling? What's your question?
I don't really have one. I go just like whatever you can come up with. Just give me what you got. If that helps. And I know that's not great.
No, it's fine. I love it. I love a challenge, and I really like your energy. Yay. And I'm all of my best friends are straight shooters too. So, okay. Let me see what I'm getting for you. Okay. I can't tell if you have 2 or 3 kids. Sorry about that.
I've got 4.
Have you children? Oh, you got 4. I should have added that up. It would have come out straight. Sorry about that.
That's
which
okay.
one is pulling? One of them is pulling focus for me. 1, 2. Is it the second one up from the bottom? I think it's one of the. You're a little worried about one of them.
Yeah.
Is it the second to last one?
No, really, I'm more worried about the last one.
Oh, okay.
Right now.
That's interesting. Well, this is a very different kid, and I mean that in a very good way. But it's a little like, what I'm getting is this child is having a little trouble sort of figuring out where they, you know what? I can't tell if it's a boy or a girl. I'm embarrassed to admit that, but which is it male, female? It is a girl. Okay.
It's a girl.
I should have gone with my first hit. Okay.
Okay.
She's having a little trouble figuring out where she belongs in life. Is that correct?
Yep.
Yeah. We've got 2 minutes, so I'm going to talk really fast. I'm in New York, so I'm good at that. Here's the thing. What she needs, she's got a lot of people making her feel ashamed of not being further along in life, but you're her best friend, and you really are. Even if you guys butt heads occasionally. When's her birthday? Tell me really quick.
Yeah, her birthday's April 14th.
Oh, she's an Aries. She's going to be fine. Aries women are the bomb. Aries and Libra. But you guys are opposites, so you're going to have a little trip. Aries and Libra are across from each other in the astrological, they're opposites. So you might have a little trouble understanding each other. I think that she's actually the reason you called. What she needs is somebody to sit down and very lovingly and without judgment go over her finances with her. She doesn't quite understand how the world works. She doesn't really understand about making money and about saving it and stuff. She needs somebody to help point out to her why she should be saving money, but do it really lovingly, because I know you believe in her. She's also quite talented. She's kind of artistic.
She is.
Yeah, she is. She's lovely. I really like her. I'll tell you what. We've only got like 15 seconds. So what I'm going to ask you to do is get in touch with me on Facebook. My name is Perry Lyons, PERILYONS. So shoot me a thing on Facebook and I'll give you a free 10 minutes. How does that work? Does that work for you?
That works great.
Awesome. All right. Thank you for calling. And really, and to all my cherished ducklings, I love you guys, and that color looks great on you. I'll see you next week, 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, Moonstruck TV. And if you heard something that you want to hear again, go on YouTube. All of our episodes are archived. All right. Love you, and stay in touch.
A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome. Time for Maria Leggett's Medium Show with Maria Leggett. Live from MariaLeggett.com. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is Maria Leggett's Medium Show on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Good afternoon, everybody. This is Reverend Maria Leggett coming live to you from Dayton, Ohio on a different day and time. So it's very interesting to me. Normally I was on Wednesdays at 8:45, and I just changed my time slot to Tuesday afternoon. And so it's weird to be on here, and it's light outside for me. So I'm enjoying the light and all of things that it feels different. I spent big part of the day today changing the energy of my office, which is in here, and nobody, of course, you can't see it, but I put down a new area rug and I have a new desk, and it just feels light and clean and open. And so I'm grateful for this shift and change of energy on this amazing new day. We have a new season upon us. February 1st begins Imbolc, which is Brigade's Day or Brigade's Day, depending on how you choose to look at it. And it is the beginning, right? The Imbolc is the in-between time between Yule and Ostara, or between Christmas and Easter. So it marks a halfway point where the earth is starting to come back to life and things are starting to get a little bit warmer. Even though February tends to be the snowiest month of the year, it is just a sign that we are moving more towards what's going on and moving into the beautiful thing. So it's pretty cool. And I'm super excited about it, even though today in Dayton, Ohio, it snowed outside. So it was a little bit colder today than it has been for the last couple of days. We had this really nasty cold snap. And so metaphysically, what we want to talk about and we want to think about what happens during this time. Winter is a time for us to go inward. It is a time for us to begin looking at ourselves and looking at, what do I need to know about myself? You know, in December 21st, which is what started Yule and the shadow season, we're being asked to go inside. What do we need to look at in ourselves? What do we need to do for self-care? You know, especially because we spent so much of the season spending money on everybody else and going out and doing things. We run ourselves ragged for one day. And now it's time for us to go within, go and look at ourselves. What is happening right now? What do we need to look at? What is important for us? And being able to go inside and look at these things and ask ourselves, what can we do for self-care? It's important that you find a way to do it. And it doesn't require a lot of money. You can sit and take a bath. You can take a shower by yourself. There are lots of different things that you can do in order to take care of yourself. Put on a coat, go take a walk, small things, sit down, binge Netflix for a little while. So I want to say thank you to Catherine for joining the show today. How are you?
Hello, thank you. I'm grateful to speak with you. How are you today?
I am wonderful. How's the weather in Denver?
You know, it's absolutely gorgeous today. Blue sky, sunshine, no snow. It's fantastic. Thank you for asking. My favorite.
Well, we got snow in Ohio, so we got your snow.
Oh, where in Ohio are you?
I'm near Dayton.
Okay, yeah. Nice. But yeah.
How can I help you today?
Oh, thank you. I am lost in a couple of manners. I got forced into early retirement for the job I was passionate about for 21 years, and now I'm unemployed, have been for a while, and I'm really scared. Like, I don't think I have any rent money for February. I'm scared about being homeless for February, even though I've been self-supported since I was 14 years old. First time in my life, I'm 45. I'm really scared of not having to be able to pay for rent for February. So I'm curious about my career path. I'm also curious about my relationship, the love of my life.
So one of the things that Spirit is talking to me about is they're showing me that it's really important for you to go within and find out what you really want to do. You have done things that have been enough to pay the bills, and it's always in this driving mode for, I have these things that I have to take care of. And they're showing it to me as though you've always done it with the goal of fix this, do that, but never looking at, what do I need? What do I want? Do you understand this?
Yes, I think so. I'm actually considering going back to school.
And
a nursing degree.
Absolutely, because it's a way for you to find something that's going to make your heart happy. Because the very minute you said nursing school, I felt like this light popped up inside of my chest, and it was something that was different, allowing me to be of service to people and helping people with my, I want to say both with my hands and with my energy, being able to tell people, how are you today? And just being able to speak nicely to them and sharing love and energy with them in a time when they may not be feeling so well. Does that make sense?
Oh, absolutely. I love that idea, like the spread of the vibration, the energy. Like I always think like we're light carriers. So if I can shine my light on somebody else, they have light too.
Yeah, I don't disagree with that. They show it to me as though what you were doing before would have been more behind the desk or behind the scenes, because I see you like behind something. And your energy, this might seem kind of weird to say, but it was as though your energy, your vibration was wasted behind the scenes. And so Spirit did something to purposely kick you forward and go, okay, go figure out what you want to do. And they show it to me as though you've kind of been wandering lost, trying to figure out, where do I go? What do I do? I don't know. And they're also showing it to me as though there's some fear around, what if I do this and I don't like it? And Spirit says, very clearly, your guides are saying, Catherine, that if you don't do it, how are you going to know if you don't try?
Yeah.
Because
I can figure out the financial part so I can start,
Yeah, but here's the thing, right? So the financial part, you can apply for loans and you can ask for grants, especially when you're out of a job. There are ways that you can get through all of this, that we have sources that may be able to help you, but it's asking for the help. So being able to say, okay, I need help. I can't do this on my own, and asking for, what can the state subsidize? What can the government subsidize? What am I eligible for? And allowing yourself to receive the support instead of always just putting your head down and going and doing, allowing yourself to be open for what comes next. Does that make sense?
Absolutely. I like that. Just an open heart to embrace it, for sure. It makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, absolutely. Because they're showing it to me as though, you've always just kind of kept your head down and done your thing to keep going because it was what was expected. But you've never given yourself an opportunity to sit and think, what do I want? Because it's always been survival. Does that make sense? It's always been about survival.
It does. Absolutely, because I've been brought back from death 3 times, from flatline 3 times. I have a genetic blood clot disorder. I've had multiple strokes, which is why I got fired or forced into retirement from my former job. So that makes sense. And I've never been suicidal in my life, but there have been days where I woke, inconsequential whether I wake up or not. I never wanted to actively take my life, but I really didn't care if I was here or not. So that apathy is that makes sense to me. So having something that I'm passionate about would be so amazing. I was passionate about my career in aviation. I love being in the air, but this might be my next calling, the right calling for me now, just being able to care for people with my heart and my hands.
Absolutely, being able to do what you love to do in a different way, being able to support them. And they're showing it to me as though it's going to be easier for you and financially probably better to start out as different levels of nursing. I think they have like an STNA or something. I don't know all the different levels, but they're showing me to start out as one level and then move up to the next one. That way you can work while you're getting this one and then just keep going and make your stair steps up. And they also said that they want you to be open to, if you should find something else that you like along the way, use it as a stepping stone rather than saying, I have to go and be a registered nurse right away. Does that make sense?
Sure. Yeah, absolutely does.
And allowing yourself the openness and the leeway to not say this is what it has to be. And they're also showing it to me as that some of this is going to take you very much out of your comfort zone because there's a lot of unknown that's happening. And so Spirit says, we're just asking you to surrender to this process. Allow yourself to surrender. Allow yourself to just let go and say, okay, all right, God, all right, angels, here's the deal. I know you have got this. So here's what I need. I need, $1,000 to make rent. I need this. I need that. So how is all of this going to come? Does that make sense?
Offered up. It does. Well, traditional let go like God, right? Which is so hard for
like God, exactly.
To do.
And I don't know how you understand this, but they're also showing me that it may be beneficial for you to start talking to and finding out from someone, are you eligible for disability? To allow yourself to start receiving.
By the state. Yeah, thank you. Yeah. I have applied 4 times for Social Security and disability. I've been denied every time, even though I have a permanent brain injury, traumatic brain injury from one of the strokes.
Okay. But they just keep talking to me about disability. So it may be something that you can do later down the road again, because I know it does take a couple of times to get denied. But they're showing it to me as though they just want you to be open to things being better. They also want you to stop sitting in the, I don't know why this is happening. I don't know why this. and just let go and say it, and understand it doesn't matter why. What matters is, what can I do to change this going forward so that I don't repeat the same things over and over again? Does that make sense?
Oh, it does, yeah. It does.
Yeah, so
it makes me think maybe there's like scholarships or grants for people with disabilities, maybe,
Yes, absolutely. And you can say that, this is what I have. This is what I've been diagnosed with. What about this? What about that? And just start asking those questions, Catherine, because if you don't ask for the help, you're not going to be able to receive it. But the most important thing is for you to be able to sit, whether it's in meditation, and just surrender to the process and let go of why is this happening? Why me? And say, okay, I'm ready to move forward, because that shift in vibration is going to be able to bring you what you're looking for so that you feel more comfortable knowing that you have this brand new road ahead of you and everything's going to shift and change and be much better for you. Does that make sense?
I loved it. I love the thought of it. I want to embrace that idea for sure. Yes.
Awesome.
I don't
Thank you
know.
so much,
I have a hard time sitting calling me that. Oh, thank you so much. Reverend Maria, you've been a great gift to me today. Thank you.
Thank you. I hope you have a wonderful day. So we thank Catherine for being on here, and I am so grateful to each and every one of you for joining me at my new time on Tuesdays at 4:30 p.m. Eastern. I am so grateful to all of you. If you would like a one-on-one reading with me, you can go to marialeggett.com, or you can go and play all the classes that I have available for purchase now. Thank you so much. Have a good afternoon.
listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, Enlightening Television. Welcome. Time for Soulfully Guided with Carmel Ann. Live from soulfullyguided.com.au. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is Soulfully Guided on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hey everyone, and welcome to another show of Soulfully Guided. I'm your host, Carmel Ann. I'd like to basically, as always, thank our network, A1R Psychic Radio and Moonstruck TV, and to you as well for tuning in and listening. So if you haven't been watching, I recommend to go back. We're doing a gifted children series, and we've been doing it for a little while now. And look, today, once again, taking it really breezy and enjoying the space of just comfortably speaking and sharing things from my heart rather than try and script it or memorize it, which some, it's been a challenge for me, but you noticed the shows run much better from the heart than something that you're trying to perfect. So what I thought I would do today, and I know the topic, I don't know which way it's going to swing, but and how I'm going to share and what I'm going to share, but I wanted to share my story in particular about my gifts and the effects it had on me. It's not always bad. I think if we raise our children understanding who they are and they're not weird and embrace it as a complimenting, quirky, fun, connected and eccentric in their own beautiful right, because eccentric is a compliment in my world. And I don't, if we can avoid children experiencing being connected with their gifts, because not everyone is and not every child will be, even though we have this, this big understanding that everyone has their own gifts and how we connect with it is unique and makes us special in our own right. But as, for me, it wasn't a pleasant experience. And I felt like the lack of understanding of myself and what I could do, the lack of knowledge and communication, which we spend a lot of time talking about communication. You see, instead of opening up like I did as an adult, as a child, I shut down. And first, before I shut down my gifts, I shut down my personality. I would switch off in primary school. I was very lonely in primary school. I didn't connect to people. I had very little friends and, I guess being picked last would have been a bonus, but not being picked at all was a real challenge. And I guess if I understood me better, life would have been a lot different and my childhood would have been a lot more pleasant, especially in primary school. High school was very different for me. But as I said, there was early on in the series, there was a moment where I experienced an astral travel, an out-of-body experience, and I was able to somehow shut my gifts off. It meant that I was closed to my gifts, but they weren't particularly open to me. So I feel that my gifts underdeveloped me and they made me shut off. I had troubles learning, and only until my first year out of high school, when trauma hit and I realized, oh my goodness, I've at 16 and a half, both parents I'd lost. So trauma did shock the smarts into me and made me, at primary school, I would shut off. I couldn't concentrate. I couldn't understand anything and I couldn't learn. And I feel like my gifts shut me down to the point that I began to develop learning difficulties. And still to this day, there's some basic information that I can't calculate properly, or, basic things. I missed that boat. But in high school, I was able to, in university, I was able to articulate and become really intelligent. And I eventually got psychologically testing, which I fluked my way through to getting because I was interested to know about myself. And I realized I was a high cognitive functioner. And but still, the things I should have learned at high school, excuse me, which were well beyond me to understand then. And my only thing was to daydream and to lose myself in my gifts, which I didn't want and didn't consider them as gifts. So I couldn't make friends because I felt weird and I didn't connect with people. I was lonely and school lunches were really boring, and I was worried people would know that I could understand what, things that were going to happen or things that a child would generally not connect with or understand. And I've gone through the series to say some of my gifts, and it completely changed the aspect and the direction and the potential that I could have had and the friendships I could have had as a child. And I can't emphasize enough the right communication and investigation. When we encourage our children, it's not to encourage or push their gifts. It's, in a sense, to encourage who they are. And that might enhance their gifts, but the goal is not to say, I want a gifted child, but how do I manage that my child can be comfortable to be themselves and create friendships and social networks rather than having social delays or learning delays within school. And things changed in high school, and I became a little more confident. I seemed really confident, but I began hanging out with cool people, and I guess I'm likable, but I never consider myself popular, although throughout, probably from 14 to about 30, there were some very popular big groups in my life, and great big popular people and crowds that I hung around with. But I also felt like I got lost in that crowd, and my empathy didn't fit the criteria of popularity. And so high school was amazing. It was fun. I was having friends for the first time in my life, real friends. But I also found myself a floater, where I would hang out with people from all different levels, and my group would say, what are you doing? You come and hang out with us. And I probably still am a floater, and I am connecting with people better, but it's not that I don't give all of myself to people. I do. But also, those essential years in childhood sort of left a mark on me. And while I'm happy and I have some great friendships in my life now, taking it back to the essentials, we can't remove my childhood from my adulthood, even though I'm a completely different person. I was an introvert, and now I'm an extrovert, and sometimes I revert back to introvert. So I want to make this experience, if you have a gifted child or a child that is connected with their gifts, as pleasant as possible. And, as I started, so there's no denying, for me, I became a substance user, and there was a lot of trauma involved, and I can't distinguish the beginning of the effects of the trauma, all the gifts that I had, or my own natural personality, because I don't even know what my personality was as a child. I didn't get the chance to discover that. So while I'm happy with who I am today, it took a good 35 years to love myself, to understand that I wasn't normal, and the things that were happening back then, I kind of became spiritual again. It started happening again at 30 years old, and I eased my way into it, and it was like it fit like a glove, and everything made sense. And I don't want your child to wait, or your loved ones, if they're children, or even adults, I don't want them to wait a lifetime before they get to know themselves and love themselves freely, and not be limited, not let their gifts and what they can do limit them and their quality of life. I was able to overcome the learning difficulties, but not until trauma had really hit. And I thought, I need to make something of my life. And sadly, it went the other way for me, but I was able to correct that. In my life really happened in my 30s. And if it weren't for the man I met and married, it would have been a very, very different story. So I don't know how much percentage to attribute that to, trauma, gifted, where did my substance abuse happen? So the line is quite blurred, and there's not always going to be straight black and white answers. The world is full of color and so much information, and each of us are individual and unique in our own right. So each child, and that's where I say you are the expert of your child. You may not be an expert at spiritualism, and even us talented people aren't always complete experts because we're always learning. But that was my story, I guess, growing up. And there's a lot more detail in between, but it took me a long time to find myself. And I hope that this series can help your child find themselves sooner and be comfortable with who they are, rather than feeling the need to shut down, because it is a wonderful gift to have, but I don't consider the innocence of a child can really understand what they're able to do, and that might shut their personality down, or it might have the other effect for them. And so thank you for watching this series and for hearing a bit of my story. I'll tune in actually next week. We'll be watching a replay because I'm going on a working holiday, which I'm really excited about. And we'll see you the week after with some more informative sessions about being a gifted child.
To A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome. Time for Guide to Light with Martina Billig. Live from guidetolight.com.au. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is Guide to Light on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Guide to Light. This is my first show with the amazing A1R Psychic Radio and Moonstruck TV. It is such a pleasure to be part of such a progressive network. So, my name is Martina, and I am a psychic mentor, a mother, and a psychic app development creator. So, my passion is teaching people how to open up their beautiful psychic minds and to help them have many benefits in their life from these amazing abilities. I love reading tarot cards, and I'm a great lover of them. I've been reading them for years. I've been a psychic medium who does platform mediumship, pretty much done everything. I love all divination tools. I'm really excited to be here today, and I'm really happy to read for anyone who would like to maybe ring in and ask a question and talk a bit about psychic development and about different things that we can do with our psychic abilities. So, if anybody would like to call in, please let me know, someone. But if not, I can definitely move on. So I can start off with a reading for some different zodiac signs, and we can start off now. So we'll do just the 4 elements, so I won't have to do the whole 12 of the zodiac signs. And what we'll do is we will start with air signs, which is Gemini, Libra, and Aquarius. And this will be for the coming week, so we'll do 3 cards: what to move away from, what to move towards, and what will be helpful for you in the coming week. Okay, so air signs, air signs. If that's you, this is for you. Okay, so air signs, what to move away from: sitting and doing nothing. Okay, so we have here the Knight of Pentacles. Now, this is a card of patience. Maybe it's time to start moving on and to stop being so patient with things. Sometimes we need to employ a little action into our lives to get things moving rather than waiting for them to happen, okay? And now what we want to move towards. We have the 5 of Pentacles reversed. Okay, I'll just bring that there so you can see it. Now, what that's telling me is to move towards things that make you feel safe. And I think that when we are in a comfortable state of mind, or when we are feeling quite safe, we can start making better decisions, and we can definitely move forward, okay? So I'm feeling like for air signs this week that the stationary time, or the moment of stasis, is over, and it's time to move forward. Okay, so now what we can expect, we've got the Hermit here. Okay, oh, we've got someone calling in. Okay, so I can finish that after. Sorry, this is my first time. Yes, so what we might do is I'll just finish that quick reading for the air signs. So what will be helpful for you is to forge forward without waiting for anyone else. You've got all the skills and tools to do it, okay? So I'd love to take a caller if they're ready. Mary. Hi, Mary.
Hi, how are you?
I'm good, darling. Greetings from the Gold Coast in Australia.
Oh, wow, that's awesome. So,
where are you from, Mary?
I'm from Michigan, Owasso, Michigan, USA.
Oh, wonderful. And what would you like a reading on today, darling?
Well, there's a specific date every year, and it happens to be today. That's significant.
Yeah.
And I just wondered if there was anyone that would be coming through. There's 2 people that are important for this day.
Okay, then. So you're after mediumship, are you, darling?
Yeah.
Okay, so I don't usually do mediumship live like this, but you know what? I do actually have a lady here. Now, she's an older lady presenting in her late 60s to 70s, early 70s, and she's actually got white hair, but it's quite curly, and she's got false teeth. Would that lady resonate with you at all?
Not the person I was thinking of, but another person, yes.
Okay, this lady's also quite dexterous. She used to make things with her hands. So that probably like crocheting, knitting, or little fiddly little things. Like I can see her using her hands. Okay? Would that resonate with you, darling?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm just going to bring this lady through because I know that we have to keep our eye on the time. I'm just going to see if there's any messages coming from her. I don't usually get to pick who comes through, unfortunately, but this lady is stepping forward quite quickly, so we'll have a look what she's got to say. Okay, darling? Just give me a little minute. Just do a little scribble. what she is indicating is, okay, so she's bringing the thing forward with her hand. She is indicating to me that you need to start taking your time with something that you're doing. And I feel like it might be something to do with your hands. So I don't know whether it's a hobby or whether you have a job that you use your hands, but she's saying you need to slow down and start taking your time with it and getting the appreciation and getting the joy back out of it. Would you understand that message?
Yes.
Okay. All right. I'm just going to bring some cards through so she can speak through the cards so I can get that message a little bit quicker for you, sweetheart. I'm just going to keep tuning into her. So bear with me. Okay, so what she is also showing me, I'm just getting a visual here from her, is the signing of contracts or documents, or maybe it's just writing in hand because not many people write in hand anymore. And she's showing me documents that need to be signed or you writing something. Would you understand handwriting something? Is there any contractual things coming up or documents that need to be signed?
Yeah.
Okay, all right. I'm just going to channel into this lady. She's quite pleasant. Okay, so what the messages that's coming through? And she's saying you really, okay, thank you, Spirit. She's coming through with taking your time with this signing, okay? You need to, I don't know if they say it in the States, but you need to cross all your T's and dot all your I's and make sure that everything's all lined up in a row, okay? So maybe going back over things or taking your time and thinking things over, okay? That is her message coming for you.
Okay.
Okay, I'm just going to pull some cards for you, my darling.
Okay.
And I'm just going to see if she's got anything else while I'm shuffling. Would you understand that this lady was quite an avid gardener, that she took pride in her garden or did a lot of gardening, grew things?
I believe so.
Because she's pointing out something in your garden or there's something to do with you gardening, whether you're not taking care of it or you're not doing something properly. Would you understand that?
Oh, yes. I would.
All right. She's just acknowledging what's going on. Okay, so what she is probably, okay, sorry, excuse me for a second. She's talking quite fast. The reason she's pointing this out, Spirit worked through me in a way of like little parables. So the garden, it represents life. And what she's saying is you need to start taking your time and look at the little details. If you're wanting to move forward with your life, you need to start taking time and planning ahead. As you would plant a garden, you would plant the seeds, you would nurture the seeds, and then you would have growth and come forth into a beautiful blooming garden. There's a few things that she's trying to sort of bring through in like a lot of information through quickly, which is telling me just that there's a strong message for you that you do need to take your time and plan and plot your things out before you're moving forward. It's almost like you're trying to leapfrog things, but she's wanting you to slow down, take the time, rethink things or think over things. Okay, would you understand that message, darling?
Yes, I do.
Okay, all right. Would you like me to pull you some cards? Thank you, Spirit.
Yes, please.
Okay, let's have a look at what you need to know right now, Mary. Mary in Michigan.
Yeah.
Okay, my sweetheart. So we have the Seven of Wands, the Nine of Pentacles reversed, and we have the Temperance card. So what this is telling me in the Seven of Wands we have here is that you've been beaten from pillar to post. There's been a lot going on. It's been coming from all different angles, okay? Now we've got the Nine of Pentacles reversed, which is telling me you've had to make a lot of sacrifices because of this to get through whatever you've been going through the position that you've been fighting for on the higher ground. But one thing I can tell you, Mary, is you've got Temperance here. So what's coming for you is balance, my darling. So you'll be able to start filling your cup again. Fill yours first, and then you can start filling others. Stop filling everyone else's cup first and get that balance back in your life and take yourself as a priority, sweetheart. Would you understand that, my darling?
Okay. Yes, I do.
Okay. All right, I'm going to pull an oracle card for you just to give you a little message. Okay. These are my numerology deck, and they are just so awesome because they're just one word, so you can just cut through the BS pretty quick with these cards. Okay, so let's get a beautiful word for Mary to have on her mind. Okay. Personal growth, Mary. This is you. You're moving into a growth period. There's a number 7, so that's spirituality. That number is of spirituality. There's a growth coming for you this year, Mary, and personal growth is going to be a part of it. It's about teaching yourself again what you're available for and what you're no longer available for, sweetheart. Okay?
Okay.
And that's letting everyone else know around you what you're available for and what you're not available for. Okay?
Yeah.
I hope that
Makes
resonates
sense.
with you, sweetheart.
It does. It really does. Thank you.
You're so welcome, Mary. Have a beautiful day or night, wherever it is over there.
Thank you.
I think it's night time.
You too.
It's night
Yeah,
time.
it's night.
Bye, sweetheart.
Bye-bye.
Thank you. Okay, so I'm happy to take another call when everyone's ready, but I'll move on to a reading for the water signs. So we've got Cancer, Scorpio, and Pisces, the water signs. So this will be for my husband, who's a Cancer. Okay, Cancer, what to move away from? We have the Hierophant, okay, and we've got it reversed, which is indicating to me to move, like moving away from authority or from anyone who's stepping over you, is definitely what you need to be moving away from. So people who are telling you what to do, what you need to move towards is things that you are uncomfortable with, pushing yourself and pushing your boundaries. We have the 8 of Swords here. So pushing those boundaries is really important. And then we have the 6 of Swords, which is your advice, and that's to move on from things that are holding you back. And I think we're all aware of the things holding us back. Okay, so I just saw that my time's running out. So I'll just finish off today by saying thank you so much for tuning in. And I will finish off with the other ones later. I'll time myself a lot better. But please check out my app called Guide to Light and go to your favorite app store and just type in Guide to Light, or add me on Facebook, Martina Billick, Psychic Medium. And I appreciate you being here today.
Greetings, fellow seekers of truth, wisdom, and light. This is Reverend Elliot, your friendly neighborhood esoteric practitioner, coming to you live from the great city of New York, where even the cops get mugged. Did you see that? A group of police officers got beaten up by a group of gentlemen from across the border, shall we say. But this is New York, so they were back out on the streets within minutes. Hey, there you go. What a weird world it is. I mean, I didn't know until today, and I'm a New Yorker, that I hadn't noticed that cops don't carry nightsticks, and I don't know how long it's been since they haven't done that. Because I remember the sound of that thing, man. Oh gosh, one of the scariest moments I ever had in New York. And I'm a native New Yorker, you know. My nose is still a bit runny, by the way. The gentleman was pulled off, was questioned by the police on the subway at the subway station up near 110th Street. And 2 young transit cops, they had the guy, his back was against the wall, and they were questioning him, and the guy made a sudden reach inside his jacket. You know, like the classic James Cagney, Humphrey Bogart, prepared to drill you move. And a young officer backhanded him across the forehead with the nightstick, which was a solid piece of wood. And that sound was horrific, like, you know, like that, but loud. And the poor guy, he just kind of did a little pirouette and spun around slowly, leaning against the wall, and his hand came out, and in his hand he had an ID card. which, you know, you don't make sudden moves like that, especially reaching for your inside pocket in the jacket. So anyway, that's my warm and fuzzy New York story for you about a guy getting his head broken. But, you know, it was the only other time I saw a cop using the nightstick was a subway transit cop again. This was even before they were part of the regular police department. That's how far back we're going here. And there was a young cop and an old cop, and the old cop was showing him the ropes. And this was about 3 a.m, and the train car was full, believe it or not, because in those days they cut back on the service. And so the trains came many years ago. It was in the 90s, which was oddly enough many years ago. And a guy was complaining to me because the last 3 years and change have been, it's time to get pretty damn practical. You know, when there's a disease sweeping the country and things are shut down and you need to survive and there's no work and, you know, do I have to recite the whole thing? No. There are times to get magical and there are times not to. There's a famous story about a guy who goes to a church every day and he prays to win the lottery, and he never wins the lottery. And he keeps praying to win the lottery, and he never wins the lottery. And he finally raises his fist in the church and screams, "What do I have to do to win the lottery?" And a voice booms out, "Try buying a ticket." You see, you got to get practical sometimes. And I have put a lot of the studies aside, and now I'm getting back to it. So I spend my time reading, and I'm happy to say that I'm not alone, because I see, judging by book sales from mojoacademy.org, that there are other people doing it too, because book sales are picking up again. And now I didn't expect people to be buying occult, esoteric, magical books during an economic crisis. You know, when the house is on fire, you don't start reading books on the physics of water. You just use the water, you know. So I'm glad to see that sales are picking up, not purely because the money is flowing in my direction, but, you know, look, I charge a lot less than a lot of people would for a lot of these things, let's face it. I enjoy restoring old magical books and putting them out there for people to read. And I believe I charge a fair price. If you have a problem with the prices, let me know. We can always work something out. If there's something I have that you want and it's not within reach, let's say, there's no reason to let a little thing like money get in the way. Seriously. But the fact that they started looking again. See, I can look at the website stats and see that it's getting more traffic. And then people are buying. And that's good. Because to me, it says that people are settling back. And aside from the mundane aspects of life, they're looking now deeper. And I like that, because that's where it's at, man. That is it. I mean, we were not just put here to go to work and pay bills. Let's face it. You want to know what we're here for? That'll cost you $20, pal. No, beware of people who have a price for everything. You know that. Why are we here? Well, if I got into that, I would be babbling and babbling and babbling. But I'm not going to be babbling and babbling and babbling. No, I'm going to be going into reading cards for you, because that's why we're here. So let's see. My throat is still a little bit warped, I guess is the word, because I seem to be, if you want to talk about religion, I think I'm going to be attending the Church of the Perpetual Head Cold. Because that's where I've been. There are times when I haven't been able to do the show because of coughing and sneezing. So there you go. There you have it. But I'm certainly glad to be back now. Let's see. What can we do here? Let's see. Let's go to the first call. Okay, how's that? I told you the website. It's magic-works.com, magic-works.com, and you can check out the books at mojoacademy.org. And there's all kinds of stuff there that you can recklessly spend your money on and improve your life. But that's neither here nor there right now. We're here to take a look through the deck of tarot cards and see what's going on. So let me ring a bell 3 times to declare sacred space, meaning that, no more selling, right? And we'll pull back the curtain on the magical window for Jean in Macon, Georgia. Hi, you're on with Reverend Elliot.
Hello, how's it going?
Oh, it's going well. How are you?
Doing pretty good, thank you.
Great. You got through January okay, right?
I did, yes.
Beautiful. What more could you ask for, right? What can I look at for you?
Exactly. Hopefully, like maybe into my love life, and then maybe just any message that Spirit would like for me to know.
Okay, let's see. I'll shuffle the cards up a bit, and we'll see if we get anything about romance, which is always a very popular topic. I can always tell when the economy is bad because I get very few questions about love. I get it. It's always about money. So things are looking up. See, that's good to know. Let's shuffle them up. And well, okay. These are happy cards and good cards. There's just one thing here. Well, let me just tell you, there's nothing terrible, but there's the Knight of Cups here, which tells me that there may be something new in terms of romance coming your way. If you're already involved with somebody, is there a new relationship you're in now?
Yes.
Okay, because that's the Knight of Cups. Knights are beginnings. And they can be very mercurial. They can go up and down and left and right and, all that. But it looks like it's something that's balancing out because the next is the Two of Coins, which doesn't literally refer to money in this particular reading because it's about getting something new going and started and working at it. The Ten of Cups is here. That's about happiness, perfected happiness. Cups are about romance and affairs of the heart. Now, I want to tell you what I saw that concerns me a little bit. But like I said, it's not terrible because you're going to, according to these cards, you can handle it all right. There's somebody who's not too thrilled about what's going on in your life. Do you have somebody who's gossiping about you, and you get the feeling that somebody's doing things behind your back?
I'm not sure.
Okay, because according to this, there is somebody who is kind of like a troublemaker, who's been spreading gossip about you, saying things that are not true. But according to this, it's not going to work. It's not going to last. So, just be aware that there may be somebody who doesn't have your best interest at heart, but it's like a flea, it's not going to bother you. Okay?
Okay.
The final outcome here is the Sun, which is health and happiness and healing and growth. So I think you've got a pretty good shot at happiness and growth and all kinds of good stuff in this new relationship that just started. It's very good. And maybe, see, the thing about somebody talking behind your back, somebody it would appear to be a little jealous of you. That's all. Anytime we're doing well, we inspire that in some people. You know that. So don't worry about it because all the good cards are here, especially the Sun and the Six of Rods, which is about success and triumphing over people who are trying to hurt you. So you're going to come out okay. But it looks like this is a good relationship. And you're working at it. That's the important point. That's the Two of Coins. It's about getting something going and moving and nurturing it, okay?
Okay, yeah, I wonder if that person could be a family member. That's really the only people I talk to.
Well, it's possible. Families love that stuff, don't they?
Yeah.
But I want you to be aware of it only because when these things happen, people have a feeling that it's happening, and it's good to know that you're right. But this person isn't going to hurt you. It isn't going to hurt you at all. Okay? I'm looking at the person doing this. No, I have the Ten of Rods, which is a person who is like biting off more than they can chew. And the Hierophant here, which is about religious authorities, something the person's going to get punished for doing this. So you'll be all right, okay?
Okay, thank you.
My pleasure. Happy New Year. And good luck with the new relationship. It looks good.
I appreciate it. Thank you so much.
My pleasure. Bye-bye now. And let's shuffle up the cards. If I sound a little congested, it's because I'm waiting to sneeze. I have no idea. It could be the dry air. This time of year it's very dry, and we're very lucky in this building because the building is owned by people who really don't want to give us much heat. And one thing I can't stand, it's sweltering in the winter. So I'm really glad that we rent from misers here. But they do adhere to the law. The law is just miserly. And I guess I can't blame them with the price of fuel. Ooh, man. And it's going up. It started going up again. Well, these are the daily travails of life. We try not to let them get us down, and we try not to use magic to hurt people. Just keep reminding myself that don't do that. That comes back to bite you. Angela in Baytown, Texas is next. Hi, Angela. You're on with Reverend Elliott.
Hi.
Hi. How's Texas? We hear in the news a lot these days in Texas.
Texas is, I don't know. Weather is horrible. It's cold and hot and cold and hot. Today we were so cold, and by noon we had gone up 30 degrees. So. Wow.
Yeah, you want one or the other. I know the feeling.
Yeah, in one day.
Yeah. Well, they said Washington, D.C. had snow, and then a couple of days later it was 80 degrees. So.
Yeah, that was us. Last 2 weeks ago, we had snow, and today was 78 degrees.
78. Oh, I love that. I mean, we haven't hit 40 degrees in a while, but that's New York. And New York City is brutal because it's a completely unnatural environment. There's nothing but buildings here in Manhattan, where this used to be rolling hills and forests and streams. And there are still some streams left in Manhattan, only they're underground and they leak from time to time, but they're still there.
Oh, wow.
But mostly, New York is a wind tunnel. We have a grid going north, south, east, west, and wind just likes to whip through that. I don't know how the people in Chicago stand it, but hey, we all, the old joke, everyone talks about the weather, but nobody does anything about it, right? Well, right. What can I look at for you in the cards?
Well, I recently left a relationship behind. I moved 5 years, but I knew I wasn't ready, and this time everything's different about it. I'm not upset, I'm not angry, I'm not sad, I'm just kind of done. And I'm just, wondering what's to come. I don't want to be single, but I don't want to be with someone who's not going to give me 100% and keep making excuses. So I'm ready for a new start.
Well,
I've
got good news for you, because that's what's happening here. You said ready for a new start. The first card I have is the Ace of Cups. Aces are about new starts, and cups are about romance and the heart. So something good may be coming. Now, let me tell you what balances that card out. The King of Swords. Swords are about mental activity. Okay, you're taking control of your mind. You're changing the way you think. You're changing your attitude. Is that true? Do you feel it that you're growing and changing as a person?
Yes.
Okay, because you're working at that, and that's happening, and that's the Sun. I had that card in the previous reading, and here it is, right smack in the middle of yours. The Sun is about healing and health and growth. Now, this next card is exactly what you were talking about. It's the Nine of Coins, and it's very often misunderstood. It's about solitary enjoyment in life. It doesn't mean you're going to be alone. It just means that you're developing into a person who doesn't need other people all the time to be at peace and enjoy life. That you're learning how to be at one with yourself. Now that is what's important, because if we can't do that, we're not going to really get along in any relationship, are we? You know, it's not. It doesn't mean that everything has to be about me. You know, but you have to know who you are and be secure, and you're growing that way, and you're coming to the point where you're going to be very comfortable if you are alone. But doesn't mean lonely, and it doesn't mean single in that sense. You see what I mean? That you don't need other people around you as much, but you will attract a person like that will attract people. You know, there was a great joke. The late comedian Mort Saul used to talk about his first marriage. He said that we stayed together for years because of the children, and he said we were the children. You know, that was the joke. But see, you're not that. That's not you. You're not needy in that regard. You will have relationships with people, but it's not that you're so desperate because you're not comfortable unless somebody else is there, and that's balance. The next card is the Justice card, which tells me that you're going to get exactly what it is you deserve and want because you're working at it, you know, and it's just the Two of Rods is here, and that's about waiting to get results. So there'll be a little more time before you get exactly what you're looking for, but you're on the right path from these cards. The central card is, again, the Sun, which is healing and health and growth and happiness. And that is also tied to the Nine of Coins, which is about being able to be solitary without freaking out. So you'll get what you want because that Ace of Cups is there. It's going to take a little bit longer because you're changing and growing. But you're not far. You're not far from what you want. Okay? That's the good thing. So if you feel like something is coming down the road, yes. Okay? Because you're near it.
Okay.
Do you understand what I mean? I mean, I don't mean that you don't understand, but I mean, because am I being clear about it? Because I'm a little bit. What's the word I'm looking for? I'm a little gun shy about that card because a lot of people interpret that as bad news, but it's not that you're destined to be alone, you know, that kind of thing. It's
which one, the Nine of Coins or the Ace of Cups?
The Nine.
Okay.
Yeah, because all that means is that you can be comfortable in your own skin. Okay. It's just that I'm also getting cards that say that what you're looking for is going to take a little more time. Here's the Four of Swords. Now here's a good one, the Three of Cups. That generally means when that shows up in a reading like this, it means that through people you know, you're going to meet somebody.
Through people I know?
Yeah, through the people you know. You know, friends might try to set you up, which just seems to be like that's what friends just do, right? So, but we'll see because it's looking good. The Ten of Cups again. You know, here's the health. That was the Sun, the health and growth and happiness. But here's the Ten of Cups is perfected happiness and romance. So you are definitely on the right path. The key here is, though, that Sword card. You're changing, you're growing, your mind is changing. You're looking at the world very differently from, say, a few months ago, and you're changing. And one of the things that changes when we change is the people around us change. We find new people find us. So keep that in mind, okay? You're in a period of growth and change right now. Here you go. There's the Four of Rods. That's about a happy home and joy. All the good signs are there. Just a little bit down the road. Not a long way down the road, but just a little bit. Okay?
Okay. Do you see anything in regards to finances?
Yes. I was about to ask you one question. Have you been looking for new work or new kind of work?
I haven't really been looking because I'm happy where I am and I feel like I'm compensated fairly. However, my drive is it's ridiculous and it's very taxing on me. I am looking at. I have started the process to purchase a home.
Because
and I'm very, very nervous.
Sure. Well, it's a big move. What I got here is the first is the Ace of Rods, which is something new in terms of work, something coming up in terms of career. So that's why I asked you about that. The Eight of Cups is about a person who's walking away from something that isn't working in life and going to something better, and which you're doing, and the World. Now, that's a good card, the card of assured success, the World. Now, here's another one, the Six of Swords. That's also about getting from where you are to where you want to be through your own efforts. But between the Six of Swords and the Eight of Cups, it's telling me that you know where you're going, and you're going to go there, and you're going to get there. And that's pretty good. And the World shows me that you will succeed. So, yeah, it's nervous time when we make big moves like this. But this looks like it's going to be a good one for you. There's just keep an eye out for new job opportunities. That's the Ace of Rods, okay?
Nice.
Let me know how it goes. I can be reached. This goes for everybody listening too, by the way. If you want to do any follow-up, just let me know. I'm at asktarot@earthlink.net. Or I can be reached through the Ask One Radio Network, or I can be reached through magic-works.com, MAGICK-works. There's all millions of ways to reach me. But it looks to me like you're in for a very good time. Okay?
Nice. Do you see maybe home ownership? Do you see that coming up at all?
Well, that was the happy home I saw, that card, the Four of Rods, which is about a happy home. So okay. I'm going to infer the question was answered before you asked it even. That's what that was there for. Okay?
Okay.
It's looking good.
Thank you.
My pleasure. Bye-bye now. And let's shuffle them up again. Remember, you're listening to Reverend Elliott's Magical Window, which is the tarot. I call it the magical window because it lets us pry into the future, into the past even. You know, I have done not many of these, but I've done readings where I look in somebody's past, way past. I mean, way into the past, before they were born this time. Now, I'm not too keen on reincarnation, but I have a strong feeling that it does happen because of certain things that have happened in my life. I believe if I have to come back, I'd like to come back a number of years ago. Maybe I'll buy some Apple stock, right? Who knows? I mean, that's one of the paradoxes is that we've very likely been through all this before with each other, and we just don't know it. It's like going to school and upon graduation getting hit on the head and having amnesia. I suppose it would be nice to learn more about it, but there are meditations you can do, Akashic record meditations. You drop me a line, I can show you how to do some of that. I'm at asktarot@earthlink.net, ASKTAROT@earthlink.net, and I'll be happy to point you in the right direction. I got 106 pages at my website. Maybe I should add one about that. I don't know. Sherry in New Haven, Connecticut is next. Hi, Sherry. You're on with Reverend Elliott.
Oh, hi, Reverend Elliott. I'm going to summarize things up really quickly for you, but, there'll be enough information in the question.
No hurry.
I took a break from dating for 8 years. I did a lot of work on myself, I've been trusting in the Lord all my life as a little girl. I mean, he's come to me in dreams, so I've always believed in God. But I had a rough time in the past with a few relationships, and I decided to take an 8-year break. Now, just recently, there's been a man that has been coming into my store where I work, and it's funny because another psychic told me that there was somebody who watches me when I don't know it, and he kind of made himself available to me April of last year to let me know that he was interested. So we've been just talking for almost a year. just talking. We've been walking the beach and stuff and things like that. And what's happened is I've let him into my home. You know, we just to watch TV. I've, you know, cooked for him. We've talked. So I was comfortable enough around him 2 Mondays ago to leave him alone in my living room because I wanted to take a quick shower and I didn't know that he was in my parking lot. So, he was out watching TV, but when I came out and we spent a little time together, he left. And after he left, I started cleaning up and I wanted to put my diamond ring back on, which I had on my dresser, and the ring was gone. So, I'm sorry?
Nothing. I just, ouch, because that hurts.
Yeah, and you know what's really ouch about it is that I had a big emotional connection to it. It took me 3 years to get it. I prayed on it. I had to wait for it. Was an $8,000 retail ring. It was beautiful, and it was a big square that had all diamonds in it. And I wanted that ring so bad. I prayed on that for like 3 years, and finally it came down to $2,000, and they allowed me to use 3 coupons. So I was out the door at $1,200 with it. So I'm very, very attached to that ring. Some people think I might be too materialistic, but I went through hell to get that ring. Excuse my English. I went through heck to get it, because they took it back from me, saying that there was a coupon I wasn't supposed to have, and I cried myself to sleep that night. And then a couple months later, the coupon came up. They said, go get it with the 3, and I did. So that ring is always on me. It's very seldom that I take it off, and I happened to take it off that day because I was doing a lot of cleaning and stuff. He's swearing that he didn't take the ring on the way out. I did call the police, and I had a police report made, and they called him, and he said he didn't touch it. So I don't know what to do. It's like I don't want to bother with him anymore because I can't have somebody around me that I can't trust. I've torn my place upside down looking for this ring, and it's nowhere to be found. I mean, I looked in every nook and cranny, every place that I wouldn't put it, I looked. Every place I would put it, I looked, and it's not here. And he was the only person in my place, because I don't let anybody over here. He was the first male that ever come into my house in 8 years. So, I'm just torn up. I'm hurt because of the ring, and I'm also hurt because now the buildup of whatever we put into each other over the past almost year is gone also. So he walked out with my ring, my Christmas gift that I had saved for him, and my love, Mm-hmm. So I'm kind of like all over the place. My heart is shattered, and I just want to know if you think that I'm on the right track with my thoughts as to him taking it.
Well, let me put it this way. The card I got while you were telling me this is the Justice card, which tells me that I'm looking at this situation that justice will be done. So that's good to know. We'll see how that works out. Obviously, sorry, my throat is. The air is so dry here; it's getting to me. The Temperance card is next, which is a card about balance being restored. Right now, your balance is not. You've been thrown out of balance. Now, this is the card that's after the 7 of Swords. That's about somebody who is sneaking around and doing something bad. And you see, so the signs are not good here in terms of this person. Let's put it that way. But justice will prevail according to these cards. Your future in terms of personal happiness and romance is good. Okay, because I've got the 10 of Cups here and I've got the 4 of Rods. So that's telling me that you're going to get things restored. The whole thing is going to be restored in your life. The World card is here. That's the assured success. The problem with life is that in order to fully enjoy it, we have to open ourselves up to other people. And that makes us vulnerable at times. And you just got hit with one of those times, I mean, you're pretty sure about this from what you're saying, that that it's not the kind of thing that.
Yes.
I mean, you're really sure. Let me put it that way. You're very sure about this.
I'll put it this way. I'm 100% sure. And the reason why I say that is because I watched that ring like if it was my little child. I don't have the money to buy something that expensive. So if it's out of my sight, I didn't say anything right away. I waited till I tore my place apart. And I knew that it wasn't here. And then I said something, and he wanted to swear on a Bible. I said, no, I don't want you to do that. Because there's people going to their death that swear on a Bible that they didn't kill the person, and they go to the chair with the lie. So that's not going to help me. What's going to help me is you returning the ring.
You don't. What's the word I'm looking for? You're not light. You don't just toss this thing on the floor somewhere. You don't just walk in the house and toss the ring aside. You have a set routine for everything you do, and I'm sure when you take it off, you have it in the same place each time. So the fact that you look for it.
And if it's in a different place, excuse me. Yep, if it's in a different place, it doesn't take me 2 weeks to find it. It's going on 2 weeks that I've been looking for it, and I keep repeating the same patterns of looking, and it's driving me crazy. And my sister thinks I'm ridiculous. She goes, Sherry, why are you so attached to that ring? But she doesn't understand that somebody violated my privacy, my space. And that was mine. That wasn't his to take.
That was exactly the word that came to my mind, was violation. That you've been violated. This is not. It's it's, as people say, it's really not about the item. Well, it really isn't about the item. It's about the person. It's about the feelings. It's about all of that. But I see that you're going to come through this, and you'll be okay. The justice card is what's important here. So let's hope that this will be revealed to you, because right now, what you're in the period where balance has been thrown out of your life by Seven of Swords, by a person who did something wrong and hurt you. But all the cards after this down the road are really good. It's just getting there that's a problem. And not a problem is an overused word. Let's just say it's difficult, because you can't ignore it. It's not one of those things, after all that you invested emotionally and personally, which goes way beyond the $1,200. And the ring was a symbol.
Oh, yeah, because it was him, too. I was invested in him. But, of course, I'd want my ring over him. I mean, because if this is the type of person he is, I deserve, my worth is more, I'm worth more than that. I'm used to men buying me jewelry, not stealing it,
Well, I think
what I
you're
want
going
to
to be
ask
okay.
you. Okay. What I wanted to ask you is the justice card. Do you think that there's a possibility, or do you think that it's just wishful thinking that because I think he was very attached to me, because when he was leaving, when I accused him and stuff, he said, look, I didn't want things to end this way. I didn't, I said, well, I didn't either, but that was in your hands. Do you think that he could possibly come forth and admit that he took it, or at least tell me where he pawned it?
Well, I'm not getting any positive cards in that direction, although the Hierophant is here, which is a card of religious authority, which means he might just have a conscience working on him at this point. I mean, I don't see you ever being comfortable with the person again anyway.
Mm-hmm.
But because I got, again, that card, the Five of Swords, which I'm sure represents him in this whole thing. With time, anything, of course, is possible. I'm sure that the police are checking pawn shops, things like that. So there's reason to hope, but I'm seeing more of a religious aspect to him. And so maybe there will be some kind of a, I hate to use the word conversion, but yeah, he might start.
Well, that would be good for him, because maybe he'll be good around other people. But like you said, I couldn't trust him again in my life.
Yeah, here's the Justice card again. I've got the Five of Swords, which is a person who's sneaky. That's similar to the Seven of Swords. This is a person doing bad things behind your back. Fives are very severe in tarot, followed by the Hierophant, which is the High Priest, followed by Justice. So there's a pretty good chance that that his own mind and his own conscience is working on him.
Mm-hmm.
But we'll see what happens.
Yeah,
you know?
it's, I'm the wrong person to do that to because I'm a very giving person. I give to people that, not that I have a lot, but I give whatever I have. And, if somebody's asking for food outside, I'll go buy them something. And, I'm very gracious that way. I mean, I was like, you don't hurt people like me. You know what I mean?
No, well,
you just don't do it.
I know
God
that
protects us, too.
The people like that are like you're describing, they can close the door on you. You could if you mistreat them, the door gets closed and it stays closed. And are you like that? Because I
like I'm the type that I'm as loving and as sweet as cake all day. But once I feel a betrayal, that's a done deal. That would be done. I mean, I would love it if he, told me where it was or gave it back to me, but I don't know if I'd ever be able to trust him again. He'd have to prove himself to me,
Well, why don't you do this? Check back with me in a couple of months, and let's see what happens if anything shows up in the cards then, okay?
Sure. So are we basically done, or do you have any time for just a quick something very quick?
I really need to get to one more call before I go off.
Okay, no problem then. So the Justice card is what's standing out the most.
And the Hierophant, yes. Yeah. Oh, yeah. So that's good.
Okay. So I will get back to you, and I'll find you on the web.
Great. Thanks for calling, and hang in there, because the cards show that you will get that balance back into your life. It feels really bad without it, but you'll get it. You'll get it back. And let's just shuffle up the cards, and we'll go to Arshea in Chicago.
Yes,
Hi, you're on with
that's
Reverend
right.
Elliot.
Hello. How are you?
Hi. I'm doing well. How are you tonight? I didn't mangle your name, did I?
No, it's a bit of a tongue twister, but you got it right.
Good. What can I look at for you? I've got a few minutes left.
Okay. So I'm just going through a rough time overall, and there's a lot of anxiety and uncertainty around an upcoming relocation.
Mm-hmm.
So do you see anything in that direction? I am currently in Chicago, and I'm hoping to relocate to Boone. Is that happening?
First of all, I've got a card that means exactly that, literally and sometimes metaphorically, but it's about moving. It's the Six of Swords. I had that earlier for someone too. It's about getting from where you are to where you want to be. It's a mental thing about growth and becoming, but it also literally means making a move. But the important thing is it's moving from rough waters to calm waters. So the move will be good for you. The Empress is here. That tells me that you're the kind of person who makes things grow and makes things happen. So you'll be good there. I see. The interesting thing is, I see money in your future here, and money and happiness. I see. Now I know they say money doesn't buy happiness, but it can rent a good share of happiness, can't it? I've got three cards here, all about money, and then the Ten of Cups, which is happiness. So are you relocating for better work, better job?
Yeah, actually, the thing is, I hope Six of Swords doesn't mean going all the way back to India. That's where I'm from.
No.
I hope it doesn't mean.
No, it means from where it means you're going to go to where you want to be.
Okay, because Six of Swords is usually over water, right?
Well, it's metaphorically on water, just to show that it's like going from a rough sea to a calm sea. That's what's more important. I don't take that so literally in that sense, because it shows someone in a boat. But in some
how do we get clarity that are we going to Boone and not back to India? How do we get clarity on that?
How do you guarantee that you won't go back to India?
No, clarity. How do I get clarity that the move will be to Boone and not back to India?
Because this is about the Six of Swords is about your mind. It's about you. That's why some decks call that science. It's where you want to go. It's not going to be kicking you anywhere. If you want to go somewhere, that's where you're going to go. That's a card about somebody getting where she wants to go. So if you want to go to India, you'll go to India. If you don't, you won't.
Right.
You want to go to this other.
Okay, so it's taking me where I want to go.
Yes, and it's not about being subject to the it's not like it's a sailboat depending on the wind, because very deliberately that boat is being propelled by a person with a stick, and it's being pushed to where she wants it to go. Sometimes there's nothing wrong with throwing your oars overboard and seeing where life takes you, but you've got to be prepared to go wherever it happens. But you don't want to do that, and I don't blame you. Let me tell you this.
And how does
another
the
card
rest of the
here.
year? Yeah, tell me.
There's another card here, which is the Ten of Swords, which it means that the worst is over. That you've been through some rough times. The worst is over. It's one of those cards that people think means death. It doesn't. It means that the life threw its worst at you, and you're still here. You're gonna get up, and you're gonna be fine. So I think that you're making
going through the worst time of my life right now.
Well, hallelujah. That's because that means it's going to end, because not the life, the bad times. The Ten of Swords means that life threw its worst at you, and you're still here, and you can shake your fist at life because you say you're going to win, according to this. Because all these cards afterwards are very happy. You made up your mind to move for a specific reason, and it looks like you're going to get that specific reason, that you know what you're doing and it's going to work. I've got to run. I've only got about 30 seconds left, but I've got a very positive outcome here for you, okay?
Look, how does the rest of this year look?
The rest what?
How does the rest of this year look?
Oh, very good. The Ten of Cups is like perfected happiness. I've got to run. I'm running out of time. So the rest of this year looks great for you. And that's it, folks. We've come to the end of another edition of Reverend Elliott's Magical Window, which we're going to cut really close this time. So I won't give you any pithy, witty saying at the end, only that I sure look forward to seeing you next week. And I'll see you then. Bye-bye now.
To A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome. And now, Reverend Elliott's Magical Window with Reverend Elliott. Live from magic-works.com. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is Reverend Elliot's Magical Window on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Greetings, fellow seekers of truth, wisdom, and light. This is Reverend Elliot, your friendly neighborhood esoteric practitioner, coming to you. That's the cards shuffling up live tonight on a nice cold evening in the city of New York. The city that never sleeps, which is why, as an old friend of mine used to say, it looks so terrible in the morning, although he didn't say terrible. I just like to keep it a little cleaner. Oh, gosh, this is getting to be a very strange town. A lot of stuff going on. I did something. I had culture shock this week. I did something I almost never do. I took a cab. I had to do a little traveling in Manhattan, and it's fun to do it by bus because it's easy, and the buses are very efficient, and they you can watch. It's good for people watching, but getting a bus in like 14th Street, which is the edge of Greenwich Village, and 6th Avenue, otherwise known as the Avenue of the Americas, but nobody calls it that. That can be very difficult. And I was lucky enough while I was waiting for a bus for a cab came by, and I decided to take it. And I only had to go roughly 2 miles, just a little under 2 miles. And the meter hit $30. $30, like 15 cents under. That was, $29.85. That was culture shock, folks. Because I don't think I ever paid that much for outside of a limo, But, gasoline is at $5 a gallon here now, and these guys buy the gasoline here. And I'll tell you, I almost killed the cab driver because I gave him an extremely generous tip. And I mean, a good tip. And he said, good, and so good that a New York cab driver said, "Are you sure?" I said, yes. One time that happened to me, and a cab driver said, "Are you sure?" And I thought I was giving him. This was in the '80s. I thought I was giving him $5, and he said, "Are you sure?" And I thought, it was sarcastic, SOB. And when I got home, I saw that I was short a 20. So he was trying to point out to me that I had handed him a 20. And ever since then, I've learned that martinis and taxis don't mix. But yeah, that was a bit of culture shock. And then I got whipped into the past. I don't like the past. I just don't. I'm not afraid of very many things in life at all. But, I mean, obviously, the number one fear that many people have in America, if not the world, is public speaking. And I pretty much got that licked. But what scares me is the past. I used to say to people, because people are always afraid of something being killed by somebody who hates them or something. And I said, don't worry about that. In my experience, the people you got to look out for are the ones who say they love you, not the ones who hate you. The ones who hate you, you can see that coming a mile away. But I did get thrown into the past, and I don't like the past because the past, to me, is just full of dangerous people who, somebody said, the past is a different country. The past is another country. They do things differently there. I have a feeling that is the epigram for an officer and a gentleman. I don't recall. Is that the one? Or the French lieutenant's woman? I knew it's something military. But, so I try to avoid the past unless I'm doing a specific time travel meditation. Then I like it, but because then I can control it. But I was putting together an ad, and I was using a likeness of the Green Hornet and Cato. So That took me back a long time. And I remembered I'd learned a very important lesson when I was about 9 years old. And I thought I would just relay that to you. Some of you may have seen it on my Facebook page. I just put it up, a cursory version of it. But there was a kid here at PS 87, which is the William Tecumseh Sherman Elementary School. And try explaining that to your friends in the South, that you went to the William Tecumseh Sherman Elementary School. There's a really nice, wonderful guy named Jeffrey who he owns the Charles Atlas Company, the exercise thing. And I used to chat with him frequently. And, we just kind of drifted apart. But he was a little astonished when I mentioned that I went to the William Tecumseh Sherman Elementary School, because he's from the South. And I won him back, though, when I made a reference to the War of Northern Aggression. So I saved that one. That's a rule of mine, is don't annoy bodybuilders. Because you don't know. You've seen these guys, But the Charles Atlas thing is very good. It's good. It's very healthy for you. It's very good exercise. It's wonderful stuff. I was in the best shape of my life when I was doing the Charles Atlas stuff, and I got very sick. And I thought, oh, great. Just isn't that perfect? Now I'm in great shape, and now I'm sick. And then I realized, yeah, that is perfect. That's the time to get sick, is when your body can handle it. Anyway, this plays into my reminiscence, because there was in William Tecumseh Sherman Elementary School a Chinese boy. And I won't mention his name because I don't want to throw any publicity. I mean, he may want not this to be known, you know what I mean? So let's, and you never know who's listening, and it's always very odd when people from your past show up, and I don't want to do that to him. Well, in any case, he was a nice little kid, and fun to be around, and slender, and he would argue occasionally with the teachers because the teachers didn't understand his birthday, which in his culture, when you're born, you're already considered about a year old because you've been gestating for 9 months. It was interesting, and his first name, his given name, was his last name. But the teachers got used to him eventually. Well, there were a lot of kids who bullied him. I mean, really bullied him badly. And, they would shove him around. They would mock him. I know we didn't have many Asians in the public school system back then, but this was just, how children can be cruel. I'm talking about 9-year-olds, 8, 9, 10-year-olds, and they used to abuse him, really, push him around. Well, around the time that Bruce Lee became popular, a friend of mine and I thought it would be awful fun to take a look at a self-defense class to see how that works. Now, there's a famous grocery store here on the Upper West Side of Manhattan called Fairway, and next to that used to be, they've expanded the Fairway place now, but used to be a Tom McCann shoe store, and above that was a self-defense academy. So my friend and I, and we can't be more than 10 years old tops. I think we were 9, actually. And we went in there. The kids were unsupervised in those days, and we turned out okay, I hope. But we went into the martial arts thing, and there we saw something that blew our minds. And I know that's a late 60s expression, but that's what it was. We saw our friend from a Chinese family, 9 years old, like us, giving a lesson to a room full of students. And he was throwing them around the room, and he was having them grab him, and then he was breaking out of their holds, and he was smashing wooden planks with his hands. I mean, this kid was dangerous, and we my friend and I were aghast. When it was over, a friend came over to us and said hi, and my friend couldn't help himself. Said to the kid, the Chinese kid, "You can do that. Why don't you just beat up the kids who are bullying you and pushing you around?" And we learned a very important lesson that day. The kid said, "Why bother?" So okay, I guess he knew he could do it, It's like when they say the meek shall inherit the earth. Now, that's a thing that's misinterpreted. In that context, in those days, the word meek meant somebody who was extremely strong and powerful, but chose not to use it. It wasn't like a little mouse, we think meek is a little mousy guy, No, the meek were the people who could break you and just decided not to. And that was this kid, it was just fascinating. So why bother? Well, of course, we had never made fun of him and pushed him around anyway, but we kind of made it known as best we could without spilling the beans to the other kids who were thinking of going after him and teasing him and pushing him around, that they might just want to reconsider that option and not do that. And they would say, well, why not? And of course we would say, okay, just do what you got to do, and hope that they never found out why not, because this kid was dangerous, and he knew he could put an end to it all, but he didn't, he just said, what difference does it make, And that was a fascinating attitude. And that comes from strength, you see. That comes from real strength. The bullies don't have real strength. They project power, but they don't really have it. That's why it's easy to stop a bully. It's very easy to do that. We were experts at that, my wife and I, when we ran a newspaper, because there's a lot of people who used government to bully people, and we just exposed it, and that was that, So, but yeah, as far as I know, this guy never dropped anybody, but he could have. I guess just knowing that was enough. You see, that's an interesting lesson. And now that goes to one of the roots of magical power. With magic work, you can do things to people if you really wanted to. But why bother? Now, you got to consider these things very carefully. For instance, something I've talked about before, a lot of people are interested in romance when it comes to magical work, and they'll ask, could you do a love spell? And I explain to people, and you'll see this even at my website, magic-works.com, magic-works.com, that love spells are black magic. If you're going to make somebody love you, first of all, you got to have a little self-respect. If somebody doesn't love you, you don't want to, put a hex on them and make them love you, because that's, come on. You want to earn that. You don't want to do it by cheating. I'm hesitating because I'm about to sneeze. I'm having such nose problems. There, I hit the sneeze button just in time, I hope. I think you might have heard that, even if I'd unplugged the microphone. That was a whopper, I tell you. But yeah, black magic, no can do. No, not good. And you can read why at my website, magic-works.com. magic-works.com, if you want to know a little more. Now, there are, you can email me at asktarot@earthlink.net, but there are things you can do magically in terms of spurring romance coming your way, such as doing some kind of rituals that will attract to you the kind of person who happens to be looking for somebody like you. And even that can be a little dangerous. As you'll read if you look at my website. I'm going to tantalize you with that. I won't tell you that story. Maybe I'll tell it next week, but I don't want to spend too much time babbling because I missed so many shows when I was not feeling well, and I'm so glad to be back and almost completely strong again. And I'll tell you why I mentioned missing all these shows, because I think of this as a moral obligation now. I missed so many shows last year that I've actually decided that for the next, it was a New Year's special, but I'm keeping it going. I'm going to charge 50% of my usual rates for doing personal readings, because I couldn't do any readings while I was ill. If I can't do the show, I certainly can't do one-on-one readings with people over the phone or over Skype or in person. So since I was out of service, the least I could do is make up for it by offering tarot readings, individual readings at half price. You can see my rates are not very expensive anyway, but you can go to magic-works.com. Again, M-A-G-I-C-K, I spell it the old-fashioned way, -works.com. And at the homepage, you can see it, or the rates, or you can look at the page that says tarot reading and see it there. And there's a big reminder there to look at those great prices and then slash them in half. That's just my way of thanking you for remembering me. You know, that helps a great deal because I've been away for so long. Well, let's see. What can we do here? We're all shuffled up. I've told you the story about the little kid who could have made mustard out of anybody he wanted to. He could have plattered them all over the wall. Why don't we do this? I'm all shuffled up. Let's just go right to the readings. How's that? I'll ring a bell 3 times now so that we can declare sacred space. And remember, because I probably won't mention it again till the end of the show, that my private reading sessions are now half off. Just check that price out. It didn't sound as melodic as I like, but it's 3 rings. And that is to signify that we are now entering sacred space where we will be looking through the magical window. And the first call is Megan in Salt Lake City, Utah. Hi, you're on with Reverend Elliot.
Hi.
Hi, how are you tonight?
I'm good.
Well, let's see if we can make that a
Could
little
be better.
Yeah, what can I look at for you?
Just general.
Just a general reading? Okay.
Yeah.
Well, I've got some interesting cards here. Are you trying to get some new things going in your life?
Yeah.
Okay, because I've got a couple of cards here about exactly that. It's the 2 of coins and the 3 of rods. Those are about waiting for things to yield results in terms of money and in terms of career, but overall it could be anything in that sense. The star is a card here too that's very important because that's a card of hope and optimism. So it's good. You know, you're looking good.
I love that.
Something coming. Now there's another card here which is interesting. It's the Devil card. This is not.
Oh no.
No, it's not about demons and monsters and all that. It's about a very charming person who's powerful, who can do a lot for you, and you can do a lot with this person, but there's a warning not to be too attracted to the person because you can be chained to the person. You know, it's a whole different thing in terms of it's not evil, if you know what I mean. It's just like that somebody who's very charismatic and persuasive, and somebody that you know or you're going to meet, and you can do good things there, but just be careful not to lose yourself. That's the warning in it. You see,
yeah.
But you will get good results out of it. I have the Page of Swords here. That's telling me that you're changing the way you're thinking, that your mind is expanding and growing. Do you feel that happening?
I do.
Because this is a very good period for you. So that is the results that you're waiting for are tied in with the fact that you're seeing the world differently. I have the 8 of Swords here, which says that you have felt restricted in the past, but the Judgment card here, which is a card of rebirth, tells me that you're not going to feel that way. Even if you still feel that way now, you're not going to feel that way for long. And what you're looking for is going to be coming very soon, because I have the 8 of Rods, and that is about something that's in motion and it's headed your way now. So overall, you know, it's telling me that you may end up in the orbit of a very powerful person. And it's just a warning here, the Devil card, not to lose yourself in all that. It's not something about selling your soul to the devil. It's not, you know, that's not what this is about. It's just, it's a warning, though, not to be overly hypnotized by a person, if you know what I mean. But you can,
I know exactly what that means.
Good, because there's a lot of smooth talkers out there, and that's what we're getting at. But you're going to I see that this card has been coming up a lot lately in the readings that I do. It's the 10 of Cups, and that's about perfected happiness and joy and a happy home and all kinds of things. So things are looking very good for you. It's just not started yet, but it will soon. Okay? Is there anything else you want to look at?
No, that's good.
Okay, that looks pretty good to me, especially the optimistic stuff and the happy ending there. So don't.
It's a big change from readings before.
Pardon?
It's a big change from readings I've had before.
Well, yeah, because things grow, and it's worth doing. We kind of frown on asking the same question over and over again. But if time goes by, of course you're going to want to look at. It's like looking out the window as you drive. A little later, you want to see what's there now. And here's one more card I got for you, which is very good, which is the Sun, which is about health and healing and growth and happiness. I think according to these cards, you're going to be doing just fine. Okay, and it's in the works now. Now, I know that card about feeling restricted can be difficult because you had the 2 of Coins and the 3 of Rods, which this is about trying to get something going and get it moving and get it working and waiting for results. And that can be difficult. But just keep in mind that the ultimate here, the ending is happiness and healing and health and growth and all of that. That's all that good stuff. So the difficulties that you're facing on your journey are going to wash away, and you're going to be getting what it is you want.
Thank you.
My pleasure. Thanks for calling.
Yep. Have a good night.
Thank you. Bye-bye now. And let's shuffle them up. You see, this is a good reading. It's like as a kid on Christmas Eve is how I would describe that reading. It shows that there's things coming, that something's happening, and it's going to be good. If something's happening and it's going to be bad, I would definitely tell you anyway. For all of you people who are horror movie aficionados, where somebody cuts the cards and then they all die, that doesn't happen. Usually, and I'll tell you why, I have a theory about this. Usually, readings turn out very well for people. They almost never are bleak. And I think that's because you're asking a question. And the people who, you can't solve a problem or understand a situation if you don't acknowledge it. And in order to ask somebody about a situation, you have to acknowledge it. And that's the first step towards working something out. And that's why so many of these readings are so boringly positive and happy. What would I do? I mean, there's only one time, I've been doing this for this is my 13th year doing this on Ask on Radio. And before that, I was reading cards anyway. And in all that time, I only once on an Ask One radio show saw something I didn't want to discuss with the person on the radio here. It was too deeply personal what I saw. So I asked the person to contact me off the air, and we'll do it privately, no charge, because that was my choice. But I assured her not to be alarmed. It wasn't anything hideous. It's just something that I didn't think she'd want to share with the audience. I'm not going to give you any hint as to what it was. But yes, she did appreciate that. Well, we're all shuffled up again. Cameron in Sydney, New South Wales is next. Hi, you're on with Reverend Elliot.
Hello, Reverend Elliot. How are you?
I'm doing well. How are you tonight? Or today? Oh,
yeah, well, thank you.
It's the afternoon where you are, I guess.
It sure is.
Well, we're coming up to midnight here in the city of New York. So what can I look at for you there in the future?
I'd like to know just what you see in the future in regards to my development with my current mediumship.
Okay. Well, the first card I have is justice. That I usually, whenever I get that, I ask, are you involved in any legal proceedings?
No.
Okay, because it's not always, but sometimes that does mean that. It's also in a broader sense getting what you deserve.
Okay.
Which can be good or bad, but the cards seem positive to me here. This is very similar to the reading I had before with somebody, which is acceptance. I have the 2 of coins and the 2 of rods. The person who was just before you had the 2 of coins and the 3 of rods, but they're almost identical. That there's something you're working on and it's coming to fruition, but you need to wait. You need, and it's about work and it's about money. But you're going to have this. Are you looking for work right now?
Not at the moment. I'm not.
Because according to this, there's going to be work coming your way, and it'll be like a temporary, not a temporary job so much as a specific project. So it could be new, or it could be in the work that you do now. But you will do this assignment, and you will succeed at it. You will be rewarded for it, and it will lead to other things. And then that's followed by the King of Coins. I've got 3 coin cards here. So there's money in this enterprise or whatever it is that you're waiting to have happen. And it's going to be good for you financially, is what I see.
Okay.
You're an intuitive person. I have the Moon card here, which is a card of unconscious thoughts and dreams. And I see that it's what's happening under the surface in your mind that helps you get to where you want to be. Well, the Ace of Swords is here, and that's very good. The Ace of Swords is about new ideas and new ways of thinking and new ways of doing things. So you're trying to get something going kind of entrepreneurially, I guess. And it looks like it'll be very successful, especially because first you'll know that this is coming to pass because you're going to be getting a job that is, I don't want to say it's a temporary job, but it's a definite assignment with a goal, and you're going to achieve that goal, and you're going to do it so well that you'll be rewarded for it amply. And one more card is the 6 of Swords, which means you're getting from where you are to where you want to be. You're doing that, and you're going to get where you want to be, because the image on this is a person propelling a boat from rough water to calm water. So that's good. And then I have the 10 of Swords, followed by the 4 of Rods. Now, that's important. The 10 of Swords means that troubles, hard times, that's over. You're entering a better period where the troubles are finished. And the 4 of Rods is a sign of happiness. So you're working at this. You're using your own mental abilities. That's the important part. And you're getting what you want. You see what you want. You know how to get it, and you're going to get it. And it'll be a just thing. You deserve it. It's what the cards are showing. Okay? That's brilliant. It's kind of that's exciting.
Thank you, Reverend Elliot. That all definitely resonates with me with what's going on for me. So it's a great reading. Thank you so much.
My pleasure. Thanks for calling.
Have a good night. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye now. And let's shuffle them up again. You're listening to Reverend Elliot's Magical Window, the rather pompous name for the program where a loudmouth shuffles the cards and just gibbers on and talks and talks and talks. But that was a great reading. I mean, you see, these are rough times economically. I mean, when a taxi ride in New York City costs $30, it's tough times. But tough times bring out the resourcefulness in people. Either you give up or you excel. It's almost like you can't really tread water. You got to sink or swim. To coin a cliche, right? But these kind of times bring out a lot in people. You see, this is what I've found in these last few readings. And this has been happening in private readings also, which is people are finding resources within themselves that they didn't know they had. They suspected they might have it, but they didn't really know. And now they know because they've needed to make these things happen. This is the kind of thing that happened with so many people who start a new business and hopefully know what they're doing. You know, there's a statistic that says like 90% of new businesses fail. That's utter rubbish. Actually, it's that of the businesses that fail, like 90% of them will fail in the first year. But that's not the same as 90% will fail. I mean, you know, let's face it, if that were true, you wouldn't know anybody running the businesses in your area. So don't let that disrupt you. And starting a business is nice and challenging, but you got to work it out on paper. I'm a firm believer in that, which is kind of odd because when I started as a writer, when I started as a writer, there was another writer was astonished that I don't make an outline. I just go along and do it. And she couldn't believe that I didn't use an outline, you know, and I didn't. Well, that was a bone of contention, and this person didn't like that and then stopped speaking to me. Now, do you see how people are? But that's how I work. Now, that's with writing. Other than that, in other things in life, I draw up business plans, and that is like an outline. I'm very methodical. I'm Capricorn, right? I'm quite methodical. This is why when I showed up at the improvisation with the almost now legendary comedy club in New York City, when I showed up in 1979 there, the owner, she said to me, "You're a Capricorn, aren't you?" And I said, "Yes." How do you know? I said, "Because you're in this, and I can tell you're in this for the long haul. You're going to do this until you get what you want." And I was working out of that place for 10 years. I didn't become a household name as a performer, but people in the business knew who I was, and I did get work as a writer, which astonished a lot of people who knew me there. And they said, "I thought we didn't think you took this very seriously." Of course, the response to that was, I was here for 10 years. How could I not take it seriously? It's just because I made it look easy and made it look like I was having fun, you know? Now, the moral is just apply yourself and know what your goal is. Write it down, do it in stages, get a business plan going, and you can do anything. It's Archimedes was the one who said, "If you give me a lever long enough and I'll move the world." I believe that, which is, you know, it's kind of odd because I was an intuitive writer. I still to this day don't know how to read a play. I've written plays, I've written screenplays, I've written stage plays, I've been a play doctor. I came in and helped other people write them as a dramaturge. But I can't read a play really and get it. You know, I just can't. Some people can do it, I can't. To me, it's just it's a lot of lines of dialogue. It's an absolute failing on my part. Which, of course, is why when I was doing screenwriting, I wasn't doing it alone. I had a strong producer. Trust me, a pain in the neck is what he was. So I had guidance, but always look for that guidance. And if you can find somebody who can be a mentor, go for it. Hey, you know, we're getting into real mundane stuff here, but you see, I believe that you shouldn't be doing spiritual, magical work until you take care of the mundane stuff. And that's why, for instance, for the last couple of years, as I mentioned in the show last week, I haven't been doing much in the way of magical studies because, as you all know, in your life too, the last few years have been a matter of intense practicality. We had a lot of troubles thrown at us. And hey, folks, you know, we're still here. So give yourself a round of applause for still being here. Right here, let's give that here. There you go. Because these last few years have been abysmal in many ways. But that's, like I said, tough times bring out resourcefulness. Let's get back to the readings. We've hit the halfway mark. Let's go to Kelly in Cape Coral, Florida. Hi, Kelly. You're on with Reverend Elliot.
Hi. How are you doing?
I'm doing well. How are you tonight?
I'm good.
Well, let's see if we can make that better, okay? What can I look at for you?
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah. What can I?
So I've been seeing a lot of signs from the universe, like sequential numbers and other things. And I just know that the universe is trying to reach out and talk to me, and I don't know what it's trying to tell me.
Well, there you go with that's meditation is a good thing for, to meditate on what's happening and see what you feel, because yes, one of the things to keep in mind though is not to separate yourself from the universe or universe. Who was it? Was it not Robert Anton Wilson? I don't remember who it was. Never referred to the universe, but you referred to universe.
Okay,
probably, I think it was Buckminster Fuller, who was operating on a different wavelength from almost any human being who ever lived, But see, this is one of the things that kills me about environmentalists. A lot of them act as though they're separate from the environment, and that they are going to do something to the environment that they think is good for the environment. They don't realize that they are the environment. And when you feel that, then a lot opens up. And meditation can do that. You can find some interesting. What is it that you want to see? Where do you sense this is going?
Well, so there might be a job opportunity coming. I'm not really happy with the current job I'm in, and I have an interview next week for a new job. And I just want to make sure I'm going in the right direction. And I don't know if I should stay at my old job or...
Let me just stop you right there, because as soon as you started telling me this, I started pulling some cards out. And the cards I got were rods. And rods are about work and career. So the cards are with you. The first one is the 5 of rods, and that's about stiff competition. And of course, whenever I see that, to me, it means that somebody is out in the market looking for another job.
Okay.
The next card is the 4 of rods, and that's about happiness and fulfillment and enjoyment. And that's followed by the Ace of Cups. So it's telling me that what you're looking for in terms of work and what you're going to find is something that's more emotionally rewarding that's more important to you than simply merely money. How's that? Is that the kind of person you are?
Yes, that definitely makes sense.
Yeah, because that's you'll do that. You're going to find that. I have the 9 of coins here that tells me that you're a person who is comfortable in her own being, that you're at peace with yourself. A lot of people misinterpret that as a card of loneliness, but it's a card of being okay with being solitary. That's not the same as, that it's not the same as loneliness. It's that you're not one of the people who must have other people around all the time.
Exactly.
And again, there's the 10 of Cups. This is just another one of these dull, happy, extremely happy readings. So what I'm seeing here, and there's money. Good money. Okay, what I'm seeing here is the Ace of Coins and the Page of Coins and the 2 of Coins and there's the Page of Cups. You see? So there is going to be, while primarily you're concerned with a job that gives you emotional well-being, you will be well paid. That's what I'm saying. And more power to you, because being well paid today is almost like minimum wage. You have to have a lot of money to even just get by.
Yeah, definitely.
I mean, it blows my mind to think about so many years ago that I was able to live and support somebody and live with somebody for like $12,000 a year. It's in Manhattan. It's shocking, but this has money and emotional well-being all over it.
Beautiful.
But the competition is stiff. But you'll come through with it. I want to shuffle them one more time and see if there's any indication about getting what you're looking for. Yeah, this is the King of Rods. You're going to get the job. The King of Rods and the Queen of Cups. Boy, that sums it up perfectly. The King of Rods is mastery over the business world, and the Queen of Cups is mastery over the emotions. And so you have the masculine and feminine combining. and you have the heart and the mind in sync with each other, it's going to be really good.
Okay.
Naturally, there's
Thank
going to be
you.
stiff competition for something like that, but you can make that happen at anything. I have a feeling that that's what you'll make out of the job. You see, people think I'm going to get a job and it's going to do this for me, but you got to make it do that, you know. And I think you intuitively, you know that. The judgment card is here, so this is telling me that it's almost going to be like a rebirth for you. You're entering a very good time. Very good.
Nice.
So keep me posted. I'd love to hear how it goes.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate it.
Good luck, and I'll light a candle, send a white candle to send positive energy your way to help boost it along.
you.
But it looks like you're doing fine. Okay?
All right.
Thanks
Thank
for-
you so much.
Thanks for calling. Bye-bye.
You're welcome.
You know, again, for dramatic purposes, it might be good to read a whole bunch of diseases. But you see, there's so many good things that I'm reading. Now, in 2019, at the end of 2019, I was getting all these cards telling me that people were going to be starting something new in life. And I had no idea why that was coming. That was coming up with almost every reading I did. And then, of course, the pandemic happened. So many people had to reevaluate what they did and where they did it and how they did it and why they did it and with whom they did it. I got to use the right who or whom. One goes with a preposition, right? The card showed me that. And of course, that doesn't mean I understood that's what it was. I just remember, you can look at the archives. There's like 300. This is show number 383 or 382. That's a lot of shows, and you can hear the shows from the end of 2019 and see that I'm getting all these aces, which are beginnings for people. And whoa, boy, did we ever get hit hard? Huh? Well, that's past, and things are sprouting, things are growing. Economically, it's tough times now, but it's fertile soil. Joanna in Indianapolis is next. Hi, you're on with Reverend Elliot.
Hi, how are you doing?
Hi, you're breaking up a little bit. Can you hear me okay?
Oh, no. Yeah, I can hear you fine.
I'm not quite making you out. It's,
Oh, no. Let me try to get better signal.
Oh, it's all broke. Yeah, it's something happening here at my end here, but I can't make out what. It sounds like if anybody knows, ever heard single sideband radio. That's
oh,
what I'm getting.
Dang.
Let me see. How's that?
I can hear you fine. Can you hear me?
See, I can't make out anything that you're saying. Oh, brother.
Will you do a reading on money and work and?
Well, that's
whatever.
a little better. Go ahead. I can hear you better now.
Cool. I was looking for a reading on money, work, love, all of it, all of the above.
I hear you. Wonderful. That's great. You know, millions of dollars worth of technology, and it comes down to, what did you just say? Okay, let's see what we have here. Money and work. I'm getting cards about that, in fact. I had this card earlier. It's the 3 of Wands. That's a person who is doing a job, a specific assignment, either a new job or a temporary job or an assignment within your job, and doing it and completing it and getting it done and being very successful at it and being recognized, and it leads to more work and money. I have the 6 of Coins. That's about getting money, lots of money and good money. It's a card of philanthropy sometimes. And then after that, I have the 10 of Cups, which is a happy home. That's the 3rd time today I've gotten that. I see good results coming in your life from work and from money, with money.
Very good.
Here's the Sun, which is health and healing and growth and happiness. Are you looking for new work?
Yes, I am. I have an interview tomorrow.
Oh, beautiful, because I have the Ace of Rods here, and aces are beginnings, and rods are career and work. So that's let's see what we get underneath that.
Yay.
It's looking good. I've got positive cards here. I got the Nine of Rods. It's an interesting card. Nine of Rods is a person who's been around the block, you know, and you know what you want, you know what you're doing, you know what you have to do, and you know you've taken a few hits, but you're still here and you're much experienced. So I think you'll be doing fine. But that it's good to know about the job interview, because the Ace of Rods is about getting a new job.
Love it. Thank you.
Let's see if there's anything else here. Yeah, you know, this is the Eight of Cups. It shows me that you're moving from things in your life that aren't working for you very well to what works for you. So that's good. You're making positive changes in your life, and it's going to be good for you.
Absolutely.
Okay.
All right. Well, thank you.
My pleasure. Thanks for calling.
Yeah, have a good night.
Thank you. Happy New Year, too, by the way.
Yeah, Happy New Year.
Yeah, I keep forgetting. It's only February. The thing about February, folks, is that my father's birthday is this month, because he was born on February 29th. And so he'll be 100 and something years old now, but he's only had a birthday every 4 years. So,
see, I was born January 1st, so I celebrated the New Year with everyone and my birthday.
I'm a few days after you. I'm January 5th.
Fellow Capricorn.
Yeah, and that's the Feast of Fools, which is perfect for me, I'm told.
Me too.
In those days, I'm old enough that in those days, if I had been born on January 4th, I would have been tax deductible for the previous year. But I showed up on January 5th, and I always wondered if my parents held that against me. I don't know. That's a little paranoid, right?
I think it's funny.
Well, anyway, Happy New Year, and it's great talking to you, and you're headed for some interesting stuff, and I will light a white candle to get positive energy to you for the interview tomorrow. How's that?
Very good. Thank you. I appreciate your time.
Well, that's what I'm here for. Bye-bye now. And let's shuffle it up. We have Fatima, or is it Fatima in Winnipeg?
Yes, it's Fatima.
Fatima, hi. How are you tonight?
Good.
Great. What can I look at for you? We have a few minutes left.
Whatever you feel would be beneficial for me to know at this time.
Okay, let's see what they show. I have two cards here which are interesting together. One is the Ten of Rods, which is about a person who sometimes feels overburdened, takes on more work than possibly she can handle. Does that happen with you?
More work.
I mean, that you feel like you're taking on too much? I'll tell you why I ask, because the next card is the Hanged Man, which I rarely get, which indicates to me that you sacrifice for other people. You do more for other people than a lot of people do. Is that correct?
I think so.
Okay, well, that's not a good or bad thing. It's just the way it is. But the Eight of Cups is telling me that you don't particularly want to keep doing that, because that's the card of somebody moving away from things that are moving. Let's say, forget about moving away, but moving towards better things. So,
yeah,
I see that. I have the feeling that you feel that you're changing. I don't want to say that you go out of your way and neglect yourself, but there's a component here where you're very caring about other people. And of course, I believe that if you don't take care of yourself first, it's not being selfish. You can't take care of other people unless you take care of yourself first. But you're moving to a space where you're getting to be more comfortable. This is the Nine of Coins, where you're getting to be more comfortable by yourself and of yourself, in your own skin. I had this card earlier, which it's not a card. A lot of people think it's a card of loneliness, but it's not. It's about a person who can be comfortable with who she is as herself. And I think you're learning, you're discovering yourself after a long time in your life of helping other people and dealing with other people's problems and being loved for it and helping people. But I just think you want something different for yourself for a while.
Yeah.
Now, here's another card I don't get very often, which is the Fool. And that doesn't mean you're a fool. That's a card that means that's a card that if there was anything negative in the reading, that card would wipe it out. According to the Romani people, see, I'm learning not to say gypsies. The card of the Fool is the beloved of God. So that's a very, very positive card, and you're a giving and caring person. Here's the Page of Cups, which means that emotion and the things in the heart and feelings are very important to you. The Strength card is here. When you've had to be strong, you've been strong. You just want to move away from that, though. Like I said, you're growing more. You want to be more independent, is what I see. Do you get that feeling?
Yeah.
Well, I see that you're going to make it.
Good.
These are very good cards. This card again. How many times am I going to get this card today? It's the Four of Rods. That's again great happiness, happy home, happiness. Things are. Yeah. You're on a path of. You're changing. Let me put it that way. One of the weird things about changing is we know we're changing when we start losing our friends because they don't.
Yeah.
They don't. What happened to you, right? Well, you're not the same. Well, of course you're not. You're growing. You're changing. I don't see anything that shows that people have been taking advantage of you. But you now would like to maybe put yourself ahead of other people for a while and see how that works. And you're going to do all right. I see you're going to do just fine. All the cards are here of the Page of Cups, the Queen of Cups. These are very good in terms of emotional growth and well-being. So I see you doing just fine. Okay?
Awesome.
It's let me just take one more because it's interesting when people go on a I hate to say journey, but yeah, it is a journey. I mean, that's so overused. I'm on my weight loss journey. I'm on my hair loss journey. The thing is that you are on a journey. You are, and I just want to see how that's going to work for you. Well, there's a new career is going to open up for you. That's the Ace of Rods. You're going to, and there it is again, the Sun, healing, health, growth, happiness. You're on a good path, and you're going to change the nature of the work you do, and it's going to be very good. Okay? You're going to have a really good year. You're going to have a good 2024. How's that?
Sounds good to me. Mm-hmm.
Beautiful. Thanks for calling. I got to run. I'm out of time. I've got just enough time to say goodbye to everybody. So thanks for calling.
Thank you.
Bye-bye now. And hey, that's it. We've come to the end of the line of another Reverend Elliott's Magical Window, and we will get back together next week. Yes, we will, if you can believe it. I've now done 2 shows in a row. Let's alert the press, right? I ought to be sending out press releases. That would be fun. I used to send out press releases all the time, and it was very funny to hear news people on television extemporaneously chatting with each other and saying the things I wrote. And that taught me a lot. Everything you see on television is pre-scripted. Even the ad-libbing is written. These guys all have their own writers. They go with the flow of the news writers, but they will always have somebody who they get things from personally to enhance themselves. And I used to send press releases out to things like that to local TV news people, just because it was fun and why not, right? So we'll be back next week at the same time, 11 Eastern, 10 Central, 9 Mountain, and 8 Pacific, to look through the magical window of the tarot. Until then, my website is magic-works.com, magic-works.com. And you can also, there's another website, mojoacademy.org, one word, mojoacademy.org, where you will see marvelous books, there, audio, video, all kinds of stuff. But there is a book there that will change your life. There's marvelous stuff there. And I'm mailing out books all the time. And it's one of my favorite things to do. So I will be back with you again next Wednesday. And until then, remember, who you are is the universe's gift to you. Who you become is your gift to the universe. Bye-bye now.
In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/Psychic Radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is Sessions with Spirit on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
My name is Jean Rose, and we are doing Sessions with Spirit. Of course, with me. I will be doing tarot readings this evening. We'll see if we end up